Howdy, howdy, howdy. How's everybody doing today? How does this Thursday find everyone? I hope you're having a good one, doodly-dee. I have so much shit on my desk. I feel like I ask that question a lot. Just like, generally. Is that indicative of something? Should I be examining my process more? I don't know. That's branding right there, Kursala. That's quality branding. How's it going? How's it going? Riot Sister, to Square, Data, Nerd, Ren, Momo, there's NMO, Xander Shade, Kursala, OG, Oldie? Man, we got the whole gang here today. Oh, my ear itches. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, what a bad feeling. Why do ears itch? Nobody answered that question. That's a stupid question. Or they're obvious answers that I don't know why I asked it. I don't know why I asked it. I did... Oh, that reminds me of something. I cleaned my desk. Maybe not the most thorough... Yeah, okay. I don't have any paper for my oil palette. I just thought of that. I'm like, didn't I just throw away my old paper? I did. I'm gonna have to get up and get some of that here and in just a minute before we get started painting, but that's okay, because I have a couple of magnets to seat to. So we'll do that, and then we'll take a short break for me to get some paper in the old, Is it louder than it normally is? I've been fooling with pretzel. Let me drop it down a little bit. I've been fooling with my pretzel playlists, and I have been fooling with my settings, because I have not really addressed my pretzel settings in a while. You shouldn't see the titles of the songs pop up in chat anymore. That kind of annoyed me. That shouldn't be a thing at this point. I mean, there is a process. It might not be like a regimented or sensible. I did. I use Pretzel so much, and it seems like there are a few features I'm not using, so I'm like, I'm gonna give Pretzel $15, and I'm gonna see if I like their features. That's how I determine the value of any subscription. I give them a month, and I use it for a month, and then at the end of that month I ask myself, do I feel like I just wasted that money? If the answer is yes, we'll drop it. You won't, you'll have to ask me, Data Nerd, and then I'll have to open up another window and then check and then tell you. It's more efficient this way. Yeah, that's why I did it. How you doing, OG Oldie? What's up, man? Yeah, my desk is cleaner than it has been in a while. I've been sorting through my paint, too. I have to do that periodically. I've just got so much of it, and I'm pulling out the acrylics that I'm like, okay, these need to go into the Home for Wayward paint. I reorganized and separated out my brands. I've got some more Pro Acryl I need to get slots for. I pulled out all my Rainy River designs and put it to the side because I want to do a project. I want to do a project in the near future where I paint some shit using only Rainy River Designs products, just to get a clear view of what can be done with the current line. Inquisitor Burnsy, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Rolling the dice on some supermarket sushi today. I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I don't know if this is a hot take. You guys tell me if this take is hot, cold, or indifferent. I like supermarket sushi. It's not like... It's never, like, amazing. But most supermarket sushi is just like those processed crab slurry rolls and shit, and maybe a California roll if they're getting real fancy. Like, they never do anything nuts. It's okay, admittedly, yeah, this is gonna depend on where you get it, and as Rio points out, and this is something I would agree with, I say this, I usually get mine from HEB. I don't really get it that much since I moved to Colorado, but I got it all the time. down in Texas at HEB. They had good stuff. And if you went to a Central Market, they had like real sushi there too, which was pretty great. It wasn't just grocery store sushi, it was like actual good sushi. They had like a sushi chef on staff and everything, and quality ingredients. Like, that was, I mean, that's the same grocery store I used to get frozen fish to make sushi with. So I trusted their stock pretty well. Oh, Burnsy, I'm very sorry to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that that's clearing up. That's never a fun time. Fantastic, Kursala, fantastic. Oh my god, Hamburg Tack. Hitting that big 150, giving out 150 gift subs. What an absolute unit. Oh my god. Dropping one to Inquisitor Burnsy and Captain Gingerbeard. Burnsy, I hope you enjoy the fact that you won't have to watch commercials next time you come back at any rate. And isn't that always something? Hamburg, thank you so much for your support, man. DFW Dwegham hitting that 3 months on his tier 1 sub. Dwegham! It's good to have you, bro. Thank you, again, thank you guys so much for your support. It really, it makes it possible for me to so much more comfortably immerse myself in absolute fucking nonsense, and I don't know how to express my gratitude for that adequately. So I'll just say thank you. Tasty enough, but I do feel like it's like skydiving sometimes. Most of the time that chute's gonna open, but it only takes one. See, that's the thing, oldie, though, is like grocery store sushi is usually all cooked. I wouldn't get most grocery store sushi raw. And you're unlikely to find anything that isn't cooked or an artificial textured protein anyway, so you should be fine. If they're like bragging about their raw sushi at the grocery store, again, maybe that's kind of taking your life in your hands. Warms the cockles of his heart hole. Now, is that's technically correct, isn't it? Hearts do have cockles, do they not? Is not just a funny word in this case, but a scientifically accurate one. Zeus made it out of Philly, so it should be there soon. To Square, you rock, man. I'm finishing. I'm down to 1 resin printer right now. I'm finishing printing my current Fields of the Fallen base set so that I can paint up some examples of it. I should be done with that in the next 24 hours, and I'll be running you off one of them, our trench feet. Proud feet. Have a PCR test scheduled for tomorrow. It'll be on the safe side. Good idea. The fact that it's clearing up like this leads me to believe it's the head cold that's been going around in my area. More than likely, but you're very wise to go ahead and get the test anyway, because the tests exist because none of us are qualified to judge these things based just on feel, you know? I need more shirts, so I need to keep you in hobby tools. Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, exactly, Burnsy. I'm not gonna go down to the local King Supers and be like, give me your finest fatty tuna nigiri. No. Give me your finest smelt roe hand roll, sir. Can I talk to you guys about something? Can I talk to you guys about something that's important to me? Something that really bothers me. Why do people keep putting cream cheese in sushi rolls? Does this bother anybody else? People keep doing it. I keep seeing it. I go to sushi bars, like actual sushi places, and they'll have like, it's the Philadelphia roll, and it always has fucking cream cheese in it. And you get like these weird Southwestern fusion rolls with like cream cheese and jalapenos. Jalapenos I'm fine with. There's some jalapenos in it. Why the hell not? I like it a little spicy. That's okay. But cream cheese does not belong in literally any piece of sushi ever, anywhere, under any circumstances. It's a cheap filler. Cerberus. Ooh, that's the best most logical answer I've heard, and I hadn't actually thought of that. It seems obvious when you say it, but yeah, it's like, I would wager that those Philly rolls are really cheap to make. Because it's a good, like, quarter of the filling is just cheap-ass cream cheese. Different kinds of spicy, though, Dwegham. Like, wasabi is a very, very different sort of spicy than does anyone know the chemical process of that? Because the kind of spicy that, like, horseradish or wasabi is, which most wasabi is just horseradish anyway, like, chemically, what is that? It's more of a... It's not like a capsaicin burn, it's something else, and I'm not sure exactly what it is. I just love it. Oh, Inquisitor Burns, he's a fan of Philly rolls. Oh, you know, it's okay. It's okay, Burnsy. We won't gang up on you or anything like that. I'll give you the occasional judging look. I'll just do it right into the camera, and when you see it, you'll know it's for you, but other than that. Oh god, Rio likes them too. So is rice. Yeah, but the rice is an expected part of it. And in fact, the rice is an integral part of sushi, of its origins as a street food. The use of rice to preserve pieces of fish. And being able to pull that out of storage and be like, rice and fish, there you go. Because sushi was originally like a street food. And yeah, I don't mind the rice though. The rice is largely flavorless. The rice in that context is like any given pasta dish. It's adding texture, and it's serving as like a vehicle. It is the pasta, it is the bread of the dish, and that usually these things don't really taste like much of anything. They're more of a vehicle for the rest of the food. And they taste like kind of whatever you put on them. Comes from isothiocyanates, a volatile compound that when oxidized by air and saliva generates the heat some people claim clears out their sinuses. Interesting. I didn't know specifically what it was. I clearly understood that it is different, but I just, despite eating it all my life, I just realized I've never actually looked it up. Rice as a cheap filler is infinitely more tolerable to me than just eating cream cheese. Let me just munch on this brick of cream cheese real quick. That sounds delicious. At least with the fish being guaranteed frozen, as long as you're not near the source, you don't have to worry about parasites. Salmonella, though. I mean, you know, go to a reputable place. You like sushi? Check out Bamboo Sushi in Denver, Lehigh District. Cerberus, I go to, my go-to joint is over in Aurora. It is Sonata's Sushi. I like that place pretty well. I'm always looking for new options, though. I do prefer places on the east side of town. I'm a lazy man, and I try not to journey too much further into Denver than the east side of town, if I can help it. If I can get someplace easily off of like E470, I'm into it. How you doing, Romeo Void? It's good to see you. Mr. Altier, good to see you too. Manix the Lemur, welcome in. Had your COVID booster. Tuesday was a complete loss and a fog yesterday. Manix, it put me out of commission for 48 hours hard, and then 24 hours after that kind of soft, where I was just rough, not feeling great. But for about 48 hours, I was just... I was destroyed. It was terrible. It was the same reaction that I had to the second shot, and I describe it as early onset rigor mortis. Because it was like all my joints and all my muscles, everything was tight, like it hurt to move my fingers. Oh, it was terrible. Conceivably better than something that's gonna mess my heart up any worse than it already is, though, so that's something. Damn, lucky you, oldies. That's the thing, it seems to affect everybody differently. Because I know people who got it and they were like, oh, I felt a little sore for a couple hours and then it was fine. And it just completely whooped my ass. Drive up from Sea Springs for it, expensive but worth it. Oh, if it's like a destination, like really high quality sushi joint, Cerberus. Would you do me a favor? Would you send me the name of that on Discord just so I have it after the stream? Because I'll go check it out. I'm into that. I love sushi. My mother always likes to tell the story that, you know, pregnant women and their cravings that are seemingly unpredictable. Hers, with me, was sushi. She would go to the same sushi bar, like, every fucking day and just chow down. And it's like, I came out, like, give me some wasabi. Let me get those spider rolls, boy. There are many good uses for cream. That's the thing. I'm not like cream cheese is bad. There are many good uses for cream cheese. None of them are in sushi. That's insane. All right. We're going to be working on our oily Vader number 2 today. I'm going to be seeding a couple of magnets just because I need to get it done in these bases before we start. I got a couple other things we might do a few steps on just because I'm trying to get them done. But nothing major. We're mostly going to be focused on... I was saying words and then they just stopped being words. Oh boy. That's gonna be a good one, Dweghom. Wonderful. I'm so glad to hear that you were here to clip that. Yeah. We're gonna be oil painting Vader. That's what I'm trying to say. These are the words I'm trying to get out right now. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Syphilis. Syphilis. Gotta do my warm-ups. Unique New York. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. Alright. Alright. Let's do so. I'm sorry about that, Dweghom. That was not that was not my intention. Clay Lico, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's go ahead and get going. I did a couple things with my overlay. I did a couple funny things with my overlay today. We'll see if we wind up using them. Just little things I had on a list. I'm actually planning on redoing the kind of whole overlay here in the near future. We've had this one for a little over a year. I needed a few new transitions. I want to clean a few things up. But just some things I've been meaning to do for a while, and they're so damn simple. They took me like 20 minutes, but now I can go, oh my god. And we can just talk without my face being down in the corner of the screen. Isn't that nice? Isn't that pleasant? Everybody wants that, obviously. And should we need to, I can now go, hey, let's go to our web browser and browse the web, or conceivably whatever. They're just utilities. They're just tools. There's things I can do now at the push of a button that I've, for some reason, not gotten around to until now. I am such a professional streamer. It's a little crazy. Well, yes, I was admittedly browsing some of my own files. Admittedly. And I can go between them like this. It's amazing. It's like magic, really.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's the one. Alright, I need to put some magnets in these bases real quick, so don't mind me. These are my new Fields of the Fallen bases that I have just gotten done redoing for the sake of resin casting, and they've got a whole series of magnets that mount in them, so I just need to do these ones real quick because I have some curing that I'm gonna have to get to after the stream, and I want to go ahead and bust out my airbrush later and prime these up. So where are my magnets? I need these ones. There. And some of these 1mm thick magnets will also do the job. And then this little guy. Fellow dork, indeed. How you doing, Clay Lico? damn it, Dwegon. You don't really have to clip those things. It's not necessary. Cheap tube acrylic is either too clumpy or not leaving a consistent layer when thinned. Upgrade to Army Painter / Vallejo, or I'm not doing things right. I only have cheap yellow. Didn't want to buy proper yellow if I need to. Buy cheap tube acrylic. What brand are you talking about, Xander Shade? Because there is a huge gulf when it comes to tube acrylics between, like, craft paint in a tube and, like, high-quality, well-pigmented, thick acrylics in a tube. Like artist acrylics. There's a vast gulf between those two things. I'll say that craft paints are difficult to paint miniatures with in general, and that is not a recommended methodology. Posted a new custode of the round table in works in progress. Fuck yeah, Mr. Altier. You've been in a few times, have I not told you? We have a bit at the end of every stream, known as... The Storm Report. Where you can share your work with us, and we'll show it right here on the screen. On the stream screen. And should you feel like sharing with us, and please feel free to do so, hop on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the channel marked The Storm Report, and post a picture of what you've been working on, man, because I'd love to see it. Your custodes are fucking just hot as hell. So, I'm trying to go over these things as I do them, just in case people aren't aware of them, because I've messed up polarization on magnets so many times. But if you're using my magnetic bases, the methodology that I've worked up for doing this is have the polarity be literally the same on every single magnet, as in your north is one way and your south is the other, in every single slot, whether they go together or not. It makes it so easy to... Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of animated emotes now too. Feel free to use those. Enjoy them. Welcome in, Project Dark Fox. How you doing? Right, sister, I didn't do the... It's because you were in here earlier.
Hello there.
It just keeps it easy. And I have this little... It's a tungsten stylus. Like a little scoring stylus that has a magnet on the back end of it. And I use that kind of as my reference for polarity a lot of the time. Always goes in the same way. Oh my god, Dwegham, I don't have anything to drink. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. We'll get to that. I'm adding a bunch more lights to my painting desk this week, too, so that I can improve my camera settings. I love magnets. I use so many of them for so many different things. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright, there's one. Still sick from Matt Yee's stream. It got a little torrid. It got a little turgid in there, I feel like. Oh my god, you guys, hold on to your beard rates. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Oh god. How you doing, Raven Cat? It's good to see you. My favorite magnet trick is hanger tape. Explain, Burnsy. Feed unto me your trick. See, I like this, because if I just do the polarity the same way every time, then I can just kind of waggle this in the general direction of the magnets, and the right pole will always stick on here. Army Painters, like, I have a hard time recommending Army Painters paints because of inconsistent batch qualities, but I have never had a bad experience with their quick shade tones, and I'm very excited about trying out their speed paints. I pre-ordered a box of the speed paints. Oh, from the oh, I see, Riot Sister, not the content of the stream. You like the... You like the animated emotes? they're a bit silly. And then it goes the opposite way into the bases. So what I do is I have this on here exactly the same way. I bring in a pair of needle nose pliers, click it to the bottom, slide one off, and this is now the correct polarity. I'm only doing one of these bases right now because the rest are actually curing presently. I need to redo the lurk. I want the lurk to come up and then go down. That's the goal on that one. Alright, now the other 4 magnets that go into each of these, and this is the feature that I think really sets these bases apart. For anybody who might be playing Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings, and is at all curious about these bases, this is the real meat right here. These quality of life features on the bottom. These voids in the corner allow these bases to be seated onto regiment trays to connect them. And then these little slots right here, if you don't want to use the regiment trays, allow the use of these little puzzle piece magnetic connectors, so you can snap this in here and then connect it to another regiment tray. Or stand, rather, and connect them into a regiment. There we go. I literally have just this metal bar where all my magnets go, like it's right up there, and I'll just take the magnets when I'm done and kind of throw them at it. It's a little messy, but it gets the job done. Fuck yeah, Altair. Looking forward to it. The new LOL animated emote is by far my favorite. If you do a bunch of them in a row, it's hilarious. It's also technically an ancient meme. And if you know the meme, you'll be disgusted by it, but you'll also be old, so, you know. Have an index object with a magnet in it every time a magnet... Yes, that is, in my opinion, that's the way to go, Stig. Have a standard item that you're always using as your magnet reference, and that way it always works. I like to use the tip of needle nose pliers, because you can really apply some pressure in case it doesn't seat perfectly, which, when you're resin printing and you're using tight tolerances, sometimes it comes out a little wonk, and you need a little extra pressure. And these bases, I got these files fired off to our resin caster guy, so hopefully these will be available to just buy in packages in the near future. Because resin printing on this scale has turned out to be a little much. Cut shy! How you doing? Hello to you too. Alright, we only have a couple more of these to go, and we'll go ahead and get to our oil painting, folks. Oh, also, I finally, I think, perfected my goofy attempt at doing this spherical magnetic hobby holder. It's interesting. I'm going to try using it tonight. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. I'm pretty pleased with how this has turned out. It's got a good amount of grip. It's got flex in all the right directions. You can rotate it easily with your fingers. You can pop it off of the handle and then just kind of hold it in your palm like this if you want something a little more compact and it still has a good weight to it. Yeah, the Grim Grip was the idea. I saw that and thought to myself, I'd like to try that just to see if it's even something that I would like to do, even a feature that I would use. So I have this 3D printed magnet-topped version of it here that just connects right to my painting handle, which of course you can use the other standard magnetic pucks to swap out and paint things with a trigger as well. Which, I'm going to be painting this guy pretty soon. This is Harlan Sek from Privateer Press. It's a really cool model. Anything's a dildo if you try hard enough, cat. One of the things I like about this is I can stick my models to the metal rails on my wall just like this, and just leave them there. That is, in fact, from Warcaster Dwegom. Oh, this one's mine, Kachai. It has a magnetic top there that you can connect the pucks to. It has a weight in the bottom so that it doesn't tip over. It's got a good grip and heft to it. Alright, let me finish this. I did indeed, yes. I put my logo on fucking everything that I make. I'm shameless like that. I am, Riot Sister. And you know what? I'm glad I didn't do it until now because I just revised how the magnet puck fits and works. And it's much better now, and now I feel it is okay to release. Same with the oil palette. I just wanted to sit on it for a little while to see what features might pop up that I wasn't sure about. Because anytime you're dealing with something like this that has to be ergonomic, like, the problem isn't going to be academic. It's going to be something where rubber meets road. You use it for a few months, and at the end of that few months, you'll know, like, well, this one thing keeps being a problem. This one thing that I didn't expect, and I want to change. And most of those, I think, have been shaken out by now. And I have, that wiggle. Oh. God damn it, I haven't done that. I keep forgetting to, Cat. I'm sorry. I don't think about it. You know what? Yes. I am going to, though. I have it in its own little video file. All I have to do is reference it in OBS. Similar. Similar Dweghom, but a different wiggle, ultimately. Oh, you'll find out. Oh, you'll find out. Nobody tell. It's gotta be a surprise, and what a surprise it'll be. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing on this Thursday? Thursday's a good day of the week, isn't it? You know, like it's almost the weekend. It's damn near Friday. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It doesn't have the misery of Sunday when you've got the day off, but you know, like, the week is coming back. It's coming back tomorrow. Toward the end of the week, you're over the hump. You can kind of take a moment, look back over the week, and ask yourself, how did this one go? PDF is out of gas. Oh no. Well, it sounds like you spent your gas well, at any rate. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, one more. And these hero bases, you'll note, have extra magnets in the bottom, here in the corners. The purpose of which is, if you're playing Conquest, is to allow you to attach your retinue upgrades. Like, okay, I have a hero on this base here. Let's just say this fellow is a hero for the sake of argument. I have this hero here on this base, and I need to give him Combat Retinue Upgrade 2. Okay, well, there you go. I want to give him Arcane Retinue Upgrade 3. Okay, well, there you go right there. Oh, wait, he needs a tactical upgrade, but I only need one level in tactical. Well, there you have it. And most importantly, with these upgrades on your base, it's easy for your opponent to tell what the hell they have, which is always my main complaint about, like, extra models, where it's not really clear what it's meant to represent. This is just a symbol and a number, and I think they blend in well enough that they don't detract from the look at all. I'm definitely a fan of this system. This is going to be a feature on all of my Conquest bases. Oh, Coral! 2 whole years with an H. Not 2 whole years. 2 whole years. Just for you. Just for you, O Coral.
Never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
Alright, this is our last one, then I'm going to get up and grab a beer and grab some paper for my oil palette, because I realized they don't have any. Ah, crap, I didn't change my STL command. I'm sorry about that, Kachai. That's a lie. That is a Battletech Hex Hill that's on the printer up there. Does that cut off, Sumitha? It plays the whole thing for me. Damn, I'm gonna have to extend that a little bit. I didn't realize. You know, that's the trick. Sometimes what I see in OBS is not precisely what you guys see in the stream.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It is very glossy. It's printing on a sheet of glass. That'll be most of that gloss that you're seeing there. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is going on? Oh, the filament is glossy too. Yeah, that's that GST 3D Black PLA Plus. It's definitely a little bit shiny. How we doing today, folks? JW Miniatures. Am I following you? Am I following you, JW Miniatures? I might not be. I might not be. Let me go have a look here right quick. How was your stream? What were you working on? Do not feel obligated to stick around, my friend. You just got done streaming. You probably want to go stretch your legs, get something to drink, take a break. So please feel free to go do that. Hang on a second. Let me get caught up here. Bing. Bang. Boom. Oh, look what I can do now. Look what I can do now. I can go skazow! I can switch us over. I am such a fucking pro streamer. It is ridiculous. What are we working on? NMM Shadow Sun. Okay, we got some Tau going. We got what looks like what is this model? What is this model we were working on here? Looks like a Warhammer figure. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. We got an Instagram. Let's have a look. Ooh-wee. Fuck you. Telling me to log in. I didn't log into Instagram on this browser. I'm just gonna ignore it for now and look at the small pictures. Ooh. Really rich, creamy NMM there. You got like a nice coppery tone to it with those yellows, browns, and reds. That's not easy to do. We got some dioramas going on here. We got some real grimdark OSL. I keep thinking Khazarkin, but they haven't been Khazarkin for a long time. Very nice. Well, I can't... I don't know if I can... I just realized I haven't logged into anything on this browser, so I can't follow you from this one, but I'll be sure to keep this open so I can do that after the stream. I'm using a browser that's open with my other Google account, and I didn't do it properly, so whoopsie-daisy. Well, hey, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. And thank you, folks, for the follows. Diamond Boots, I Good Spieler, and Kachai. Welcome to the stream, folks. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. One from the Cult of Paint. Very nice. Such professional, very streamer. Thank you so much, Rio. Thank you for your ridiculous smart-ass attitude. Absolutely, dude. Your work looks fucking top-notch. I'm gonna have to take a look at some more of it a little bit later. Not at all, Diamond Boots. You go get yourself something to eat. Go stretch your legs. Go do something. For God's sake. For God's sake, man, take care of yourself. And thank you for the follow, Jet376. I have to say, I wasn't really a fan of Jet375, but I hear that the sequel is improving things. Oh, that just pops right in like that. Isn't that something? Isn't that nice? I am just slipping some magnets into some of my printed bases for Conquest, and we're about to get started oil painting our second Vader. Alright, I think those are all done, so I'm going to put them over here. do all your stuff in oils. Not all of it. Oil painting has been kind of a recent thing for me, but we've been doing a lot of oil painting lately. Let me see, what do I have? What do I have here? We have our Judge Dredd that we did in oils, which is still one of my favorite pieces that we did relatively quickly. This was like a 2-session paint job. And I went for a very, very cartoony, very Simon Bisley style with this. Still not tried it outside of inking. I'm really kind of coming to appreciate what doing full oil paints can bring. I get better with each model, and it makes some things just painfully easy. Where is... He's right there. I can see him. Why did I put him so high? Can I reach him? Can I reach him? I can reach him. I can reach him. We just got this guy done in oil. This was Vader number 1. And I don't normally bother with OSL, but I figured since the blending in oils is as easy as it is, we went ahead and gave it a shot, and I think it came out pretty damn good. So we're trying to push away from this sort of neutral gray and into more of a blue-black. Unfortunately, with the lightsaber painted this way, he's very much a golden angle mini. Like, you want to look at him from this direction or from this direction. Never this direction. Never look at it from this direction. That's wrong. You're doing it wrong. Stop it. It makes the blending just so easy, so accessible. Thank you, JW. Much appreciated, my friend. Get that put away. And that right over there. You'll put your eye out. And thank you again for the raid. Here's my reward. Here's my reward to you for raiding. You get to experience this glory. That's just for you, JW Miniatures. I hope you appreciate it. So I'm gonna be fooling with this paint handle tonight. We'll see how I like it, because I'm still not sure about this little wibbly wobbly, swibbly swabbly pivot. But it seems interesting, particularly not having to move my hand and being able to get all these different angles. You know you liked it on a stick. That's what you're here for, man. Still trying to master acrylics, not even master, just get okay with it. That's, like, it's just time. It's just practice. Just keep going, OG oldie. And, like, unless you really want to, you never need to push yourself into anything above tabletop quality. Tabletop quality, like, I remind myself sometimes...
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
God, that is the worst joke. That is absolutely the worst. You take it easy, Kachai. Thanks for stopping in, and thank you so much for the follow. Alright, folks, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna get up for a second. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I gotta get some paper from my oil palette here, and we'll get started. And we're back. What am I stepping on? Oh, that's a plug. That's why I was digging into the bottom of my foot painfully. Alright, so this paper has a little grid on it, which is actually kind of nice because I can just... I'm cutting there. Easy peasy. Slice. Go back there. And we don't need this to be full size. We can go ahead and chip chop. About right here. Save
Welcome
that.
back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Tighten that up. I showed the image of this to somebody the other day, and they asked, what is it all full of holes? And so you can get in with your thumbs here and tighten the paper down. And then you have a nice, flat, taut surface that isn't gonna wrinkle up or anything like that. You know. Same as usual, roll. I just opened a beer and left it in the kitchen. What the fuck is wrong with me? All right. It's a great improvement. Oh my god. Whoops. let me sort that out real quick. I left JW on in the background and forgot to set my my speakers proper. I'm so good at this. I juggle all of the various technical aspects of streaming with a deftness that I think is unequaled in our time, in like this entire generation. Okay, there, that's fixed up. Found something amazing, Roland. What is it? What amazes you, my friend? Oh, you can see the fridge through the crack in the door? I'll shut up soon. JW, you go take care of your business, man. Like I said, never feel bad to raid and run. You've been streaming. You can afford to go ahead and take a break. P-Muam. I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to pronounce that, but either way, you're welcome. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Damn it. There we go. How you doing, Achilles? I like to drink sparkling water when I'm working on something and beer after. Why don't you just combine the two? Get yourself some of them White Claw surges. That's classy as fuck. Pimuam, really? I got it right? I thought for sure that was wrong. Chillin'. Killin'. That's good to hear, Kellis. Chillin's good. I'm down with chillin'. Down with chillin' ain't down with killin', you know what I mean? See, on the other side of that coin, oh I will, JW. On the other side of that coin, I can't stand to be sober in a world that is a screaming nightmare for even one solitary second, so I drink constantly. Do I have a problem? I mean, you know, yes, but that's beside the point. Alright, let me remember where the hell I was with this guy. Now, most of this paint has cured, so I'm gonna have to moisten some of it up as we start to get back to work on this guy. Let's try a little bit of what amounts to dry brushing. Got my Prussian blue. Get out some titanium white. A little bit of Payne's gray. What else are we going to work with today? Phthalo green is going to come into play. A little bit of my thinned lamp black I'm going to use. We're going to futz with a little bit of cadmium scarlet. Probably some permanent rose. And cadmium red deep hue. If I need to go out of that, I can go ahead and pull them up as I need them. Negative charisma, good to see you. Merlin Models, welcome in. I didn't even get the fucking raid notification. What happened? Oh my god. Welcome in, Negative charisma. Fizzy tart cherry cider. That does sound delicious, to be fair. Can we get a quick shout out for Merlin Models as well? My god, you should be following all these people. Oh, yeah, okay, that probably explains it. Project Dark Fox, good call, good call. Alright, let me get a little Prussian blue on the old palette here to start with. I've become much more careful with how much paint I pull out of these tubes when I'm painting now. I try to do a toothpaste roll from the very bottom and only put out like a teeny little glorb of paint. Like as little as I can get away with. Because oil paint goes a long way, and when I'm too excited about squeezing it out of the tube, I find myself wasting a lot of it. It's still, like, not a lot of paint, but if you don't waste any of it, these tubes will last you a long time. I haven't had to rebuy... I haven't bought paint in months. How you doing today, Merlin Models? Alright, there's that. Get some titanium white to work with. Passion fruit flavored beer like liquid Sour Patch Kids. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Oh, that reminds me, I just got a whole big bag of Crybaby Guts fucking gumballs. One of my favorite of the sour candies. I do love a good sour candy. You know, I also like a good tart apple. Just got a whole bag of, what are they called? Honeycrisp apples that are just perfectly ripe the other day. Oh, the magic of the modern era. Freeze-dried Starburst. Wait, what? Do I come in case I missed your beard right there? It's kind of the nice thing about oil painting, Automat, is that you're working from a common pool of pigments, instead of it being, well, you need to get scale 75's Rune Master Pink and combine it with Reaper Paint's Dragon Yellow. Like, These are meaningless names except referring to a specific product, whereas when you're using oil paints, you're talking mostly about pigment mixes. And while there can be variations between brands, between consistencies, the matrix is much more compact, you know? Oh my god, Data Nerd, yes please. Honeycrisps have rapidly become some of my favorites. I'm going to put a little bit of phthalo green down because I know I'm going to use it. Dried / powdered lemon juice. I mean, that sounds wonderful in I'm not sure what context, though. Like, for instance, I get a very different consistency out of the tube using this, What is this? M. Graham Artist's Oil Color. But this is the phthalo green I have. Very different consistency to my Winsor & Newton Winton oil colors. What's up, dude? Came over here from YouTube and actually caught you live. Let me just ellipsis right in there. Oh, there was a follow. Damn it. Oh, I should have checked. That would have been better if I'd done that. Well, thank you for the follow, G.M. Kaylee. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm glad that people look at my YouTube sometimes. My YouTube sucks. I fully acknowledge that. Right now, my YouTube is literally nothing but archived, unedited VODs from Twitch. That's all it is. But, you know, that has value, and I still want to diversify that with some YouTube-specific content. We keep trying. We keep trying. We'll get there eventually. Oh, what most candies used to be sour. Oh, okay. That's not a terrible video, Orca Studios. That is a wonderful video, sir. Alright, a little Payne's Gray. It exists with 0 vids. I mean, okay, I guess technically something is better than nothing. I just finished uploading a couple more streams today, actually. And I'll be doing another 6 after the stream tonight. Should get us caught up. Painting stream is a painting stream, doesn't matter if it's live to me. That's one of the reasons I always have chat up on my, like, being recorded in the video of my stream, is because I upload to YouTube. I did that for all of them. Like, on my browser I got chat. Over here on this one I got chat. You always got a little chat going on. Okay. Let's pick a brush and get started, shall we? I'm thinking this guy, this little flat synthetic. And we're gonna grab a little titanium white. We're gonna grab a little bit of Prussian blue. Goddamn, Prussian blue really just makes every color into its bitch. A little more white. Maybe just mix separately using the diluted Prussian blue a bit there. Looking for a much lighter color. Touch of Payne's Gray, desaturate slightly. Alright, this should get us started. Oh, let me put out some... Always want to have a little white spirits to work with. God damn it, Orcrist. How you doing today, Orcrist? Haven't seen you in a bit, man. How's everything? How's life? Now, I'm going over cured oils, so I'm gonna be... This will blend in a little bit just because it's transparent, and then it should serve as a refreshed glaze for me to then blend more colors into, but we're gonna take it kind of easy. God damn it. Why do I have shop towels instead of paper towels? I mean, I know why I have them, but unfortunately I didn't refresh my paper towels, so I'm going to be wasting an expensive shop towel to do this tonight. Man, I miss worms. What an odd thing to say. Oh, worms are... Oh, that worms. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can sympathize with that. Alright, negative charisma. We'll be here, man. God help me, I finally joined the Discord. Happy Heretic. Welcome in, man. So we're not looking to go this high. But I'm going to see how this blends down into the cloak before we continue using it. Grab a brush that has nothing on it, something nice and soft, like maybe this guy here. And yeah, I should be able to kind of pull that out into a nice, easy blend. I really kind of like painting over cured oils. It gives you a lot of options. And I'm going to leave the mid part of the cloak much darker and then pick up that blue here where it becomes more perpendicular to the ground. The camera seems really dark to me. Does it seem dark to anyone else? Absolutely, Ravencat. It is open until we start it. It's a little bit better. I might be slightly grainier, but it seems like you can probably see what I'm doing better. I'm adding more lights to my rig so that I can keep my exposure down in the future. Learning how to use lights is still my biggest weakness in the realm of photography. We get, you know, we keep making improvements. This is the nature of art, is it not? All forms of art, painting, photography, sculpting. We just keep trying new things. We keep pushing the envelope, and we get a little better every time. Grab my blendy brush. And let's go ahead and ease this out. And do pay attention to just how fucking easy this is to do, guys. If there's one reason I would recommend oils, it's that you can blend like this with essentially no effort at all. Caught it earlier reading beat poetry and drinking absinthe. Well, that's not dark, that's just edgy. Now, if my camera is being an edgelord, that makes sense. It learned everything from watching me. Or I guess maybe from recording me, more accurately. Oh, Orchrist. Oh, you flatterer, you. Who else out there is painting? Who is painting right now? You, in chat, with your brush. Tell me what you're painting. I want to know. What are you working on? What are you working on, Ravencat, GM Kaylee? Automat is modeling. What are you working on? I want to know what your projects are. I mean, first of all, please show them to me in the Storm Report. Please feel free to go ahead and post to said Storm Report. I absolutely want to see it, but also let me know. Feudal Guard from Reptilian Overlords. Those are nice fucking files, Dweghom. I like those ones a lot. I've never painted them, but I like them. Kursala's making paint. That kind of counts. That kind of counts. Working on that Stalker. Nice. Airship still far from done, after all. Fair enough, fair enough. This painting grip is interesting. I have not used this while actually painting before, and I have to say that the rotation does feel very natural. I don't have to think much about that, which is nice. I'm going to try using it without the grip. This is more akin to holding on to like a piece of cork. Grab our blendy brush. 3mm World War II, bold. Bold. Does drawing count? Altair, it absolutely does. I should say who's arting. Who's out there arting right in their pants? I mean, doing some art. Painting ships for Black Seas. Nice, Bulldozer. Gonna do some Space Nom dudes later down the way. Only Space Nom, like you say Space Nom, the first thing I think of is Armored Trooper Votons, but you're probably not painting Votons mechs. I apologize, Pinuam. My STL command, I didn't update it before I started the stream, so that's not actually accurate. I'm printing Battletech Hex Hills. You can see some of the hills if you go check out my Instagram. I did some on last stream, I painted some up. That's real small. 3mm, crazy small. Building in your Valheim city, painting tomorrow. How is Valheim, Adrian's brush? I keep looking at it, and it's like Steam keeps recommending it, because it's like, oh, you play games like this, you'll probably like this, but I'm really trying to stop just buying every goddamn thing that comes along on sale on Steam. I'm sure you understand my plight. Oh, totally not catechins. That makes sense. They are a very Space Nami. Yeah, because they're all inspired essentially by Rambo. This grip is going to take some getting used to, but I do kind of like it. Got really hooked on it. I've heard a lot of good things about it. Once there's like a critical mass of recommendations, I tend to give something a try. Trick is going to be picking up. I'm trying to use as big a brush as I can for most of my purposes when it comes to oil painting. Trying not to go down to a tiny brush unless I really need to, so I'm curious how much detail I can get with this big flat brush I'm using. Got my hands on an old Revell Robotech model, the Condor. Romeo Void, the Condor. Where is he? Is, I believe, what Robotech called the Bushman from Fang of the Sun Dugram. Is this the one? Mr. Altier's drawing a blueprint. Ooh, what for? Oh, weird to see Vader painted in good guy blue. So the point of this Dweghom and the ultimate appeal to it is going to be when the red OSL goes in to really contrast against him. He's also a little darker than he appears on the camera. I brighten things up a lot there just because my lights are not really up to snuff right now. He's kind of always drawn this way in the comics too. He's always more blue than anything else. So I'm going to call this bad guy blue. I need like a little specific spot for my mouse one of these days. I keep moving it around. Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the same guy. The proportions are a little janky on Ravel's version, but you know, this came about in a time when art was less clear than it became later on. Definitely the same mech though. I'm a big fan of Fang of the Sun, Degram. It's a great show. I find that different painters who paint with oils prefer to paint with their oils in different ways. Some people like painting all over wet oils. Some people have a preference toward dry. And having done it a number of times now, broadly speaking, I think I prefer painting most effects over dry cured oils. It works bizarrely well. Like, if I'm doing pure blends, I prefer my oils to be wet. But if I'm not just blending, if I'm trying to get some harsh contrasts, then I'm definitely leaning into the cured oils. Speak of the oily devil. What's up, Steeler Rebel? How you doing? We get a shout out? Can we get a shout out for Steeler Rebel? The consummate bully who got me started on the path of oil painting. Seriously though, look how fucking easy these blends are to do. It's I feel like I'm cheating. Good guy Vader, I mean, he did kill the Emperor. Yeah, you know, he's sort of the hero of the series. That's one of the reasons I really... Like, there are many reasons I don't like the prequel movies, but as far as specific scenes go, one of the reasons I really don't like the scene where... As much as I, like, enjoy watching the hilarious cinematography in the scene where Anakin murders a bunch of children, it's also, like... You want me to believe this character gets redeemed at a certain point. Did you have to actually show them murdering kids specifically, and for no good reason? Like, it's so far outside of the realm of acceptability. Hey, I hope you got some coffee before you came in, at least Steal a Rebel. It always wounds me when you come in first thing and you haven't even taken your morning stimulant. You absolutely could, yeah. Totally, Cerberus Cult. There are many, many ways to use oils to integrate them without making them your full palette. You can do some really cool stuff with laying down base coats with acrylics and then coming in with oils over top to kind of modify. A lot of oils are fairly transparent, so that works really, really well if you want to do like glazes and blends. You can do oil washes over acrylic, which work really well. There are as many ways to use... I know I've said this before, I'll say it many more times. There are as many ways to paint as there are people painting. So, you know, my advice is always, if you think something might work, try it. Try everything. Every tool at your disposal. Put everything in your toolbox. You know, your toolbox fills up with tools over time, and you don't always pull out every tool for every job, but it's good to know that they're there. It's good to know that you have them available. Steela isn't a bully, she's aggressively persuasive. What a kind way of putting it. I can forgive him the kid murder, but not, I don't like sand. I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, irritating. It gets everywhere.
This is where the fun begins.
Thinking a lot about how I'm going to do this OSL as I paint. I'm still not great at OSL, so I'm going to be picking a lot of my highlights almost at random, but that's kind of how you have to do it sometimes. Can we talk about the latest episode of Boba Fett? Is that something we can do, chat? I know I don't like to spoil things for people, but I do like to talk about what's happening in the world. Can we broadly talk about the fact that Boba Fett is... Like, if you enjoy Boba Fett, that's fine. Don't feel like this is in any way an attack. I like wacky things, too. It's just not a very exciting or interesting show? Overall, like, there's not much happening in it. Like, it's shockingly boring, Boba Fett, which is really pretty disappointing. Hold up. Philippe, Sam learning to paint miniatures, but mine are still ugly. So Philippe, I'm gonna call you out a little bit. Are you ready? I'm gonna call you out just a little bit, because that's something that we don't do here, buddy. I understand the temptation. Believe me, I do. My minis aren't good. You're a better painter than me. I could never paint as good as you do, man on the internet. My God, do I ever understand that temptation, but Philippe, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. And never ever do that. Don't do it, man. Because here's the thing. The world is a vicious, harsh son of a bitch. In every conceivable way. The world will tear you down every chance that it gets. You do not need to help it. You do not need to give it any extra ammunition, man. You, Philippe, you can afford to be your own cheerleader. I don't care how much you think your work is noobish or not very good or you don't know what you're doing. I don't care how much you think that. The fact is, you can afford to be your own cheerleader. You can afford to enjoy what you do and to love what you make, no matter how good you might think it is. So do me a favor, man, and love what you're doing, no matter what quality level you're at, no matter what quality level it is that you're trying to achieve. Because if you say bad things about yourself enough, man, we're big, complicated meat computers, man. And if you put in the wrong programming over and over and over again, eventually you'll start to believe what it is you're saying. So you say, I'm not a good painter, and you keep saying it, you keep saying it, and maybe you're not being serious, but eventually your mind's going to start believing what you're saying. So don't do it to yourself, man. You don't deserve it. Just keep trying. If you want to do better, do better. You shouldn't be competing with anyone out there that isn't you from yesterday. But that said, welcome to the hobby, man. Haven't seen it, so I'll be muting. I'm not really going to go that much into it. bonus episode of The Mandalorian, the best episode of Boba Fett doesn't have Boba Fett. Yeah, this is what I really want to talk about. And I don't even feel like this is necessarily a spoiler. It kind of is, I guess, but not much of one. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you now, episode 5 of the Book of Boba Fett is not an episode of the Book of Boba Fett. It is straight up an episode of The Mandalorian. Like, start to finish. I'm not exaggerating when I say that there is maybe 15 seconds of content in the entire episode that deals with anything that has happened in the Book of Boba Fett. And it's at the very end. Everything else is The Mandalorian, and here's the painful realization I had while I was watching it, because I'm trying to like the Book of Boba Fett. I really am. I know that I talk a lot of shit, and I know that I'm very, very cynical, but in my heart of hearts, I'm trying to like it. And the painful realization I came to as I watched episode 5 was, this is making me realize how much more I'd rather be watching The Mandalorian. Like, the show is so much better. It's an episode directed by Bryce Dallas Howard, and my other thought is, please give more Star Wars to Bryce Dallas Howard. She clearly knows what she's doing. Oh my god. Direct more. Give her a Bo-Katan series. Please. For the love of God. That's the truth, Bulldozer. If you're painting your minis, you're accomplishing more than most people. Yeah, and that's something to be aware of too, Orcra Studios, is particularly with the existence of social media, it's really easy for artists to go out there and social media can do two things for you. It can inspire you and it can show you new things when it comes to art, and it can completely eviscerate your motivation and your self-esteem. And whether it does that or not is really up to you. You have to control your intake and how you think about it. My paint doesn't seem to stick to the mini. I don't know if it's my dilution or something. The paint is kind of transparent, showing the primer at the bottom. So what paints are you using? What primer are you using, Philippe Sam? And how are you applying the primer? Now, I'm not going to promise that I can give you a bunch of useful advice right now here live on the stream, because I'm sitting here painting. But Philippe, if you're interested in getting better at painting, if I may self-plug a little bit, I do recommend popping over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We have a fantastic community of people over there. We talk about miniature painting, 3D printing, miniature sculpting, diorama making. We talk about everything all the damn time. And if you're looking for some tips, you're going to find a lot of people over there who can help you out. Robert Rodriguez is good at one thing, and that's super duper over the top Robert Rodriguez shit that lives in the shadow of Quentin Tarantino. And it's like, past that, don't let him do things, because oh my god, the action direction that he's done in the Book of Boba Fett is so fucking terrible. It's embarrassing. It's like he genuinely doesn't know what a jetpack is or how it works or what it's supposed to do. He just forgets that they exist most of the time. Yeah, that's why I'm asking Steel Rebel, is because the first question is, what materials are you using and how are you applying your primer? Because it's possible to over-prime a mini to the point where it's so smooth that it doesn't take paint well, you know? Alright, I'm going right to some titanium white here to try to get some harsh transitions and a more glossy look to the helmet. I'll tell you the other thing I love about oil paints is I'm really being super duper sloppy with this paint job, and I'm using a huge damn brush, and I'm still able to get a lot of control. I keep shifting this in my hand because I forget that I can do this with my fingers. Like, I gotta actually start using this thing. He's just trying to show how ridiculous the whole Boba Fett thing is. The reality is he has 4 lines and then dies by accident. I don't know that it's that self-aware, but that is an objective truth about the character of Boba Fett. All Boba Fett ever did was look cool. I'm struggling more with Temuera Morrison as Boba Fett than I thought I was gonna. I like Temuera Morrison, and I thought Jango Fett was actually a pretty neat character for the limited part that he got in those movies, but watching Temuera Morrison in his mid-60s trying to portray a character who's in his late 30s is weird. Tighten it up a little bit for the rest of his helmet. And I might bring in some black and redarken parts of this. Just trying to catch the more glossy, shiny bits here. But yeah, the best episode of the Book of Boba Fett so far is an episode of The Mandalorian. I don't think that bodes well for the show. And it seems like everyone's pretty much in agreement on that, which again, does not bode well for the future of the show. They should probably just end it. Because, I mean, The Mandalorian is essentially just the Boba Fett show anyway. Particularly that first season was like, it's the Boba Fett and IG-88 show that we always hoped we would get. And they're just like, different characters, and it was fine. The episode with the chase with the swoop gang felt almost exactly like the chase scenes in El Mariachi. Yeah, Robert Rodriguez hasn't grown as a director in like 30 years, and it's really showing. Even Tarantino has grown in that time. Or like the Terminator 2 homage in the episode. Yes, there is a fantastic Terminator 2 homage in episode 5 of Book of Boba Fett. And like, it couldn't be anything else. Bryce clearly knew what she was doing. Good old Bryce Dallas Howard. I don't think much of her as an actress, but her director work so far has been surprisingly inspiring. Looks cool, gets a lot of spotlight and a lot of fan fiction. Well, yeah, because when we all saw Boba Fett in Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, we were like, who is this amazing, badass guy? Even though he didn't say or do anything. The sum total of his character development was he likes to kill people so much that Darth Vader occasionally goes, hey man, don't kill that person. Which is like, woo. Because we all know Darth Vader, he kills people. Sometimes. A couple of people. I guess he killed like 2 people in A New Hope. What's up, Vergaderung? How you doing today, man? What brushes do I use? Adrian, so depends on what I'm working on. If I am working with oils like I am today, I'm generally using some fairly cheap synthetic brushes like nylons and whatnot. If you're painting with acrylics, honestly, I get a lot of my brushes from Game Envy right now, and I do recommend them both for synthetics and for acrylics. Their sable brushes are really quite nice for working with acrylics, and their phalanx line of nylons I have been liking for oils. This here is a cheap, what does it say? Zooting artist brush. I don't even know where I got this. You don't need as fancy a brush for oil paint, I have found. You don't really need a fancy brush for acrylic, but a nice sable brush definitely helps. Absolutely, Adrian. I'm getting pretty bright on a lot of these highlights because I'm also contemplating where I'm going to do my red OSL, and I want those spots to be brighter. Like, I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna have red OSL, obviously, on this side of the helmet. Certainly. On the shoulder here. Down here, on the cloak. There's gonna be some. This arm is gonna get... I'm thinking we're gonna leave it off in the bicep, because it's kind of recessed, but we're gonna hit the shoulder plate, and then coming down the glove, there's gonna be red glow. This side of the chest plate, this side of the face. Obviously, the top of the hand here. And we're going to leave it off of most of this side of the body, because it's pretty concealed from the blade. I didn't find that exciting, Roland. The ring world, it was like, oh, look, a ring world. And then they didn't really do much with it. I guess it's cool. I guess it's neat. There have been, like, floating space cities in Star Wars for a really long time. Like Nar Shaddaa, the vertical city, you know? Ring worlds, I guess, are new. Until they give me a Hapen Battle Dragon, I'm not going to get that excited, man. Get out some permanent rose. I'm going to go ahead and throw down a little bit of red on the lightsaber blade. I will say that everything that happened in that episode was infinitely more interesting than literally anything that has happened in the entirety of the rest of the Book of Boba Fett. Like, that one episode was better than the previous 4 all put together. Which is fucking embarrassing. So I'm starting with this permanent rose for the red this time, because it's this nice deep maroon, and then I'm going to kind of build up from there as I need to. I thought the city of Nar Shaddaa was in... Is Nar Shaddaa a moon that they've just built up on? Why did I think it was a space station? I guess just because, like, it has no surface. It's Coruscant-esque. Isn't it a moon of Nal Hutta? Oh, for that matter, that episode of Boba Fett, the Mandalorian episode, like, goes to crazy locations that we haven't seen before, and it isn't entirely based on Tatooine. What do you know? It's almost like that's more interesting than just going back to fucking Tatooine. Do you use an airbrush to paint your pieces? Do you recommend it? Adrian, I use an airbrush on... I got an airbrush a couple years ago, and you can do a lot of crazy stuff with it, a lot of complicated painting techniques, and after multiple years of using it, you know what I still do with it the most? It's priming. You can prime minis really, really well, and indoors with an airbrush. You can do it very precisely. I will use an airbrush on every single mini to achieve a quick zenithal highlight, which just helps me see where my highlights are going to go. For instance, this is the third Vader that we're going to be painting. And you can see he is primed black. You can see from all the downward angles, and then he has white sprayed on him from on top so that you can really kind of see the details and where the shadows and highlights should go. I do recommend an airbrush, but with a caveat. I recommend you get an airbrush if you're absolutely sure that you're going to continue mini painting for some time. If you enjoy it and you want to get better, yes, absolutely get an airbrush. You can invest like $100 to $120 in a cheap airbrush kit off of Amazon, like a master airbrush kit. I recommend it. They're great. They're not like the greatest airbrushes on the planet. You're definitely gonna want to replace your brush after a little while, but their compressors are fine and their brushes are more than good enough to learn with. Also, I make a recommendation that I find a lot of other airbrush painters do not, which is start with a cheap piece of shit airbrush. Because maybe there are magical people out there who get everything right all the time, who have no problem keeping all their tiny little parts in order and never breaking anything, but I broke a bunch of shit on my first few airbrushes because I got big hangling sausage fingers. So I recommend using some cheap ones at first, so that when you break them, you're breaking cheap parts while you're learning how it all goes together. And then once you understand how an airbrush works, and how to handle it and how to clean it, get yourself a nice one after that. Oh, shut up, Kursala. No, we're not doing that again. So, one trick for doing OSL, because I know Matt Yee last time was asking, how do you pick the spots? How do you pick the spots to actually highlight? And a trick I'm using is I'll put the object that has the lighting, I'll sort of look and see, like, if I'm looking past it, what parts of the model can I see? And those should be the parts that actually get glow. If you look past it and you can't see part of a model, then don't bother putting anything there. Okay. How do we feel about the suit and the cloak so far? I think that looks pretty good. I'm not sure that I really want to do much more with that. I think I can start doing the more complex stuff like the OSL, and then worry about the particulars of the helmet and whatnot afterward. I kind of like that he's covering up as much of his chest as he is, because I don't have to worry about painting most of that. Speaking of Matty E, can we get a shout out for the inevitable Matt Yee? Harbor Freight has a, quote, really good Iwata Neo combo clone compatible with the Neo parts. That sounds great. Use an airbrush with a built-in compressor. I've seen more of those lately, Automat. I've seen some good reviews of them, too. They make me nervous. If they work, I want to get one, though. You got an ATM in that torso light bright? That would be pretty wizard. What? I'm bringing it back. Oh yeah, there's the other thing. Mando is totally bringing Wizard back. Alright, so I'm going to water down my permanent rose, and we're going to start blocking in some areas of red OSL. Please do, Automat. I'm very curious. Gus Schultz, welcome in. It's good to see you, my friend. I want this to be really thin because I'm just blocking out where the glow is going to go at first. And only on surfaces that are actually facing the glow. Caught me online for once. How you doing, Sir Bedwer? Hope you're having a good day. I'm gonna be going with the heavy OSL glow like we did on the previous Vader, because I really like the look of it. Particularly when I'm going this heavy on our blue. A little bit on the crotch, not a lot. A little bit on this side of the crotch. I don't really think, not much of the leg padding. A little bit. I think a little hint of it at the top isn't going to hurt. Almost none on the knee. The knee is actually facing away. I'm going to put some on the very, very top of it. Cannot find my sharp, slicey object. Oh, God. Check on the floor beneath your feet first. Because that would be embarrassing. Too scared, Matty E's too scared. You gotta do the OSL on the armor for your fucking Owl Phoenix lady, bro. Come on. Alright, some on the side of the cheek. And again, this is just blocking in. This is going to be refined and saturated more. Side of the face here. The top of the hand that is wielding it, because it would be glowing down across the glove. Not a lot, though. Just a little bit. Because the hand turns away from the blade very quickly. Get the middle finger, but not the ring finger, because you notice generally when you grip something, your middle finger sticks out further than your ring, so it would actually be falling out of the light beam. Permission to share the HF compressor link in chat. Please go ahead, Xander Shade. Let me take a look at this. Let me see. Let me see what we got here. Don't miss on these great savings. Airbrush compressor combo kit. Comes with one dual action gravity feed airbrush as a silent design. This seems like a great package. If this is a good compressor, which it seems like it probably is, then dual feed, or rather dual action gravity feed, is exactly the sort of brush that you want. What brand is the brush? Avanti. I guess it is an Iwata clone, isn't it? This is a, yeah, compared to the Iwata Medea. This seems like a perfectly good deal to me. For $100, it's hard to go wrong. You get a master brand for that much. Which I think is probably worse. Yeah, I think I'm going to, if I got it wrong. Like, I didn't mean to do as much right here. I'm going to come back in here and move this back into blue. Again, the purpose of coming in with this red is I'm just picking spots. I'm just picking the spots that we're going to go with. Testing them out without applying so much that I can't bring it back from the edge. Touch on the inside of his bicep over here. I think it's probably unnecessary, and it won't even be all that visible, but it is a spot that the red would be reaching. Let me grab a little bit of Prussian blue with a touch of Payne's gray. And yeah, I'm gonna draw this more back into blue-black. We'll have a little bit of red down here. Not a whole lot. Do I want to catch the other shin at all? The tip of the boot, I think just a touch. Just a touch. This is kind of a shiny boot, isn't it? Not a lot, just on the top of his foot. A little touch of gray right on the toe, or red right on the toe, rather. Can get away with a very soft red on the top of the thigh here, moving down towards the knee. Alright, we're getting there. Have you seen any of your suggestions? Oh my god. I prefer one with a tank and a moisture trap and everything. I didn't look closely at it. Yeah, a moisture trap is definitely nice, but the thing is, for Godrung, you can get a moisture trap for not much money and just add it right on. Speaking of Prussian blue, did you cover all the blue base you made the other time? You mean on Vader? Yeah, we blended quite a lot into that blue base that we had. I like what Vergaderung put in the Storm Report. Oh my. Think of the YouTube content. $99 versus $500 airbrush. You won't believe the results. Make sure you smash that like button, gamers. Hell yeah, boy! Wait, that's Flava Flav. Nobody knows Flava Flav anymore. That's not like a meme. It just dates me. That's terrible. Get some... Wait, what? Did I put permanent red on my palette, or did I do cadmium red? No, I'm not sure. Let me put down some next to each other and see what I did. I thought I did permanent rose. But I just convinced myself that that was cadmium red DPU. No, okay, I did not. Here's the cadmium red DPU. That's what I'm looking for. It's the guy with the chicken place, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. What are you up to today, Steela? Do you get you some breakfast? Alright, let's start coming in with some of this cadmium red, which is a much more saturated, brighter red. We're also going to do some cadmium scarlet to really reinforce this. What was your fucking suggestion? Suggesting your cloth is very white now, considering blending it down more into a deeper blue away from the lightsaber. It looks brighter on the camera right now than it actually looks in person. I got my exposure settings a little funny right now. It looks much deeper, and the shadows are heavier than they actually appear. Some parts are. I've got it brought up to a couple of fairly bright highlights, but I kind of want them that way. I can darken it more. It's not a problem. But yeah, like right in here, I'm going to do that. Because since we have a light source in the blade, we want the surfaces facing away from it to be shadows. If that's what you're saying for God Around, yeah, I'm aware. And we are going to do that. We're early days in the light effects yet. Any Homeworld fans here? I think most people are fans of Homeworld. Anybody who played it, anyway. Oh, Hamburg Tech. Thank you. Thank you very much for the reminder. Fuck yeah, Steely. You going on tonight? I'll be there then. Homeworld tabletop role-playing game just dropped its free quick start PDF. I didn't realize that was going to be a thing. Your best hand cream. that is how Steela gets presentable. I mean, you know, she doesn't have a face. She has to work with what she's got. But her hands polish up well. Some of this out a little bit, a little blendy blend. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what would you be role-playing in the Homeworld setting? Admittedly, I don't know much of the story of Homeworld outside of the first game. I think I played halfway through the second game, and I did not actually finish it, to my recollection. But the plot of it was so centered on fleet combat, and the grand movement of nations and peoples, you know? Grab a little lamp black here. I found a spot on my desk for my paint mixer that I don't hate at long last. Giant space taco. Alright, this is just a nice blue-black. Yeah, since we have a light source here, we're going to have a major cool shadow facing away from it. And we heard it. Yeah, well, that's unavoidable at this point since it's connected to everything else on my desk. Cataclysm was much better. Just learned the other day it was forced to be named Emergence by Blizzard. Well, because they have... Yeah, I guess there's like World of Warcraft Cataclysm. That's a thing, isn't it? How lame. Finished drawing the first draft and the second, and I realized I drew 2 Gothic churches. Damn you, Warhammer! I mean, yeah, that's that is the issue. We were just talking about that last night as far as the really surprisingly shallow design aesthetic of Warhammer 40k for the Imperium. Given how wide open that universe is and how many options they have for architecture, inevitably Warhammer 40k winds up just being, oh, it's an Imperial world? Make it look like a Gothic cathedral. It's kind of disappointing that that's where the art has gone. With trillions of humans across billions of worlds, you have room for so much interesting architecture. Oh, that's right, I wanted some of the glow on the belt, didn't I? Sour Skittles be sour. I like sour Skittles. They're one of the few sour candies that is genuinely sour. Let me see, is my pre-mixed cadmium scarlet still good? How loud is that? We'll say that's a nice thing about the Typhoon paint mixer is the big, heavy steel frame means that it actually doesn't vibrate anything beneath it that much. It would take quite a bit of vibration to move the steel frame. As long as it's not overpowering, then I don't mind. A little bit of raw cadmium scarlet on the palette, why not? Sir Bedware, to you, good sir. Alright, pick up a little bit of this raw Cad Scarlet. More and more, Stila, I'm finding, as far as my preference with oils goes, I like painting with... I now kind of like thinning the oil right out of the tube. I was afraid of it at first. I like it more this way. And, I also like working over cured oils for a lot of things. Not everything, but for a lot of things. God, that scarlet is what really starts to sell the color. It is nice out of the tube. You can thin it precisely as much as you want. The trick is knowing how much you want to thin it. And that just takes practice. I'm still trying to get used to using this paint grip with the swivel on it. I keep rotating my hand when what I should be doing is rotating this. Like back and forth and around. I think I like it. I don't know that I'll use it for every single paint job or anything wild like that, but... It's almost a little too aggressive on the foot. I'll probably have to ease that out. That's okay. Concept I've been trying to base it off comes from... Oh, I've seen these guys before. Yeah, brutal cities. This guy just went for like a whole lot of super duper brutalist architecture. I mean, you know, it's right there in the damn name. This is good stuff, though. Yeah, this is that Australian company. It's, you know, simple but effective, and I would imagine real easy to paint. I really like this one. I think this is the first one that I saw, the Institute. This is pretty cool. Yeah, very cyberpunk. I'm considering making some stuff kind of like this for when Cyberpunk Red, or what's it called? Combat Zone, the miniature game, comes out. Because I'm in on that Kickstarter, and I'm going to need some cyberpunk-specific terrain. I think that Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone is going to be the game that spurs me to push into the 28mm Trinity City Streets concept that I've got. This is neat, though. I like the way this building goes together. Eternity Labs Tournament Bundle, 411 Australian dollars. How many dollars is Australian dollars in real dollars? In people dollars? What's an Australian dollar to a George Washington? Like 2 to 1 US? Okay. This is like half of that in people money. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry, Matt Yee. In burgers, right? Oh my God, what code? It's kind of cool though. That's not bad, really. 200 bucks or so for a full table's worth of terrain with lots of verticality and good flat surfaces. Oh, that's kind of neat. I like this terrain. Like I said, I've seen it before. Dollary dues. Yeah, I guess that would be Australian monies, wouldn't it? Oh, Maryland models. Here's to you. Okay, so about 1.5. Eagle bucks. Freedom dollars. My Thunderhead. Confession, the architecture brought this to mind. A combination of Clockwork Orange in the back of an old 3M bookshelf game. Ploy. I don't know that I'm familiar with that. Like at all. Oh, thank you, Tuskwert. You caught me slouching. Something fierce. Oh, God. We call them wombats. Wombucks. Oh, my God. Communist! JK! Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, I'm painting commies. Hey, I'm painting commies here. I don't know if I want to do any more on his hand there. I kind of like it going down the glove. Is that too harsh a transition to the blue? I don't know. I'm just going to go with it. And if we want to make corrections later, we can. Touch of red on his knuckle just because you can kind of see it. I might be going too heavy on it this time. We'll find out once I do a bunch more of it. Because he's still, like, almost entirely blue from this side, as you roll around, it's like, oh, lightsaber. And as we noted before, so much of this depends on having a visual of the lightsaber glowing. In fact, you know what we should do? Before we do anything else, I should go ahead and block in the core of the blade. Because it really, like, it is amazing how much it changes your perception of the OSL. Just came from my Reddit post about the unseen Thunderbolt from Battletech and saw I was live. Communist JK, welcome in. I've got that. Oh no, that's out in my game room right now. I was taking pictures last night. So I don't have a Thunderbolt right now. What do I have? What do I have? I've got an Unseen Battlemaster. That's just as good, right? Yeah, it's like the same thing essentially. Except heavier and arguably inferior in many ways. I'm glad you liked it. I'm a big fan of those unseen designs. All the designs from, God damn it, steal it. That's... If only we had combined it with,
As Crackling Thunderspunk! Yeah!
Then we'd really be getting somewhere, huh? Alright, so golden angle for this guy. I'm thinking... here? And here. Because this obviously is not it, and I'm thinking as we rotate around, it's like right here. This is our golden angle. This is where we're getting all the details, right? Actually, the camera is very helpful for me to determine this. Honestly, you see how much that helps? You see how much that fucking helps in seeing the OSL? It's still, like, not refined or sharp or anything, but... oh my god. Having a light source, as it turns out, makes more sense of glow. Yeah, that's definitely our golden angle right there. Oh, because you'll generally get like a you don't want 45 degrees for your golden angle, but a little bit of a downward shot. And the reason that I do that, oh, see where you're playing at. Put it on the table next to some stormtroopers. Let me apply my own my arm's length rule and putting it roughly at tabletop. No, that's pretty good. It depends on what you're doing it for. A lot of people's golden angle is based on where they're going to photograph it and not necessarily where they're going to play with it. We don't play games with these minis. We paint these minis so we can compete with other people on Instagram, don't we, Yi? You mean to say there are games associated with these minis? That's crazy. Crazy. Alright, I'm gonna... Man, I have to think a lot about how the reflections are gonna go on the helmet, because the more I look at this, the more I feel like he has to have some on his eyebrow here. Oh my god. Oh my god, I heard that, Matt Yee. That's terrifying. How is that even possible? Let's grab a little bit of Cad Scarlet and let's yeah, he maybe not fully the eyebrow, but maybe just right here a little bit. I feel like he needs some red though on the front of the helmet, or it's not going to look right. I don't know. I don't know about the helmet OSL. I'm going to have to contemplate this some. Let me look at some reference images before I finalize and decide on those. It might look better with the blue. It is kind of facing away. We'll work it out. Mr. L-Tier? Well, thanks for coming in, Communist. Yeah, we do a good amount of battle tech over here. Paint some battle mechs, paint some terrain, have a good time. Yes, GM Kaylee, OSL stands for Object Source Lighting, which is just lighting that is sourced from an object. Yeah, I agree, Sir Bedweir. The helmet curve is not quite coming together for me, so I think I'm going to leave that alone for right now until I make some decisions on it, and I'm going to focus on other parts that are a little bit more obvious. No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. How apropos. The trick is, it's like... the shape of the blade, but also the shape of the helmet, because it is a long light source being reflected off of a dome, which is strange, and that's why I'm going to wait on it, and I'm going to look at some reference images before I come back to the curvature of the helmet. Do the easier parts, and then do that later. Oops. we're doing it, I'd probably grab a steel bowl, take a couple of pictures to convince myself I know what the reflection is doing. I mean, you could do that. There's nothing wrong with that method. I go for plausibility more than absolute realism, though. You can get lost in absolute realism. Let's blend that out a bit. This is a bit too much to be on fabric. Fabric should be duller. And the armor bits can be a lot sharper. Bring some of this Cad Scarlet into the lightsaber blade itself. Narrow down our glow. Yeah, there you go, Vergatorung. You know what I should do? I should build a full-size Darth Vader cosplay and then invent a lightsaber and then get in the pose and hold it and have someone take a picture and then just draw what I see. That's the easiest answer, clearly. Print it out in PLA and polish it carefully, you know. Really get in there, you know. Really polish that helmet. Just get right on the flared part of it with a nice cloth and just get some abrasives, maybe some lubricants in there. Just like that, just over and over again. That's how Sumitha, that's how you would do it. If you wanted to really understand what it looked like, you'd have to get in there and just polish it. Just over and over. A nice silicone based, you know, or water based. I don't know, maybe you're allergic. Yeah, that helmet's really going to be the trick. I like a lot of what everything else is doing, but that helmet's going to take a little bit of study before I feel confident. And he's holding it right fucking next to it, like, damn. I'm going to do some more highlights in our blue-black on his shin armor, too. Have to go grave Robin because David Prowse has passed. Oh, we're gonna dig up David Prowse and make him wear the costume. Yeah. Well, now David Prowse, he didn't do a lot of the fight choreography. We're gonna have to dig up the other guy who also wore the costume who did the fight choreography, because Prowse wouldn't know how to hold a lightsaber. He would just know how to stand. Prowse would be good for if you wanted him to like kind of just stand there and maybe like do his finger like this at you. God, that scarlet makes all the fucking difference. I'm gonna blend some of it out a little bit, but man. In order to figure out what this is gonna look like, we're just gonna have to shoot Return of the Jedi over again. And if we're shooting Return of the Jedi over again, we're gonna make some improvements. No fucking Ewoks. Probably we should find something for Leia and Han to do in the movie. You know, after they save Luke. We can't just have Leia put on a helmet and become a ground troop. That doesn't make any fucking sense. She literally does nothing else in the entire movie. Replacing the Ewoks with Wookiees. I'm sneaking Ewoks back in. Guerrilla filming. We're gonna be doing this whole carefully orchestrated fucking film. And Sir Bedwyr is just gonna come in with like Warwick Greer on a stick, like, or Warwick Davis. Why Warwick Greer? Warwick Greer is a completely different Warwick. Warwick Davis. Sure, Shock. Why not? How well can you cry? Because we're keeping that scene. Is Warwick Davis still alive? Have I heard of the new Gamblin' Radiance? They're my new love lately. God, that was such... Oh my god, that was such a great impression of Steela. I gotta do that more often. Hello, everyone. I am a Steela. This is not a racist caricature at all. Ah. Arigatone. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm very, very sorry about that. Please. Maybe I took that too far. God damn it. Why do I, yeah. that's, I was doing a Londo Malari. Thank you, GM Kaylee. So you know, Steela Rebel, that was actually me doing, that was Londo. Mr. Garibaldi. Oh, shut up, Merlin Models. God damn it, dude. I'm streaming here. I gotta keep saying things. I'm not gonna... Everything I say isn't gonna make sense or be tasteful or not be offensive. Alright? You gotta take the good with the bad. Let's do some slightly sharper highlights here. And for that, I'm gonna put just a touch of old titty white into the mix. Londo Steelari. Oh my god. We need a Photoshop expert on this immediately. Of course, it would just be Londo, but with Steela's hands. Mr. Eltier. I think I missed one from you from before. Thank you for reminding me to occasionally drink water also. Now, the harshest of these are going to be real close to the blade. Veer. Yeah, now I want to watch that too. I'm kind of excited for Babylon 5 finding a new home on the CW, and everybody wants to give it shit, but I think it has potential. Just because it's the CW. CW has produced some perfectly fine shows. Not like great shows for the most part. Some have been pretty good though. I liked the 100. I'm just gonna say it. I liked it. The last season was admittedly batshit fucking crazy, but the first 3 were really good. It's working pretty well, actually, Gimishkar. I'm finding that I'm having to kind of learn how to use it because I keep wanting to rotate my hand when I should just be rotating the platform, you know? Great painter. That's wonderful. This is just wonderful. Great painter. Now I feel like the OSL's starting to come together a little bit more. It's extreme, and I may deepen some of the shadows away from it to kind of push it a little bit more. But that's kind of the idea. We're going for extreme. This is a miniature after all. This is not a full-size prop. How does it tighten? Is there another ring above the ball joint? So, it is 3 pieces. The whole thing is obviously more than 3 pieces, because this is the basic painting handle with the magnetic cap, upon which I can attach any of my little magnetic painting pucks, as I call them. This one has Harlan Sec from Privateer Press stuck on it right now, and I like these because these are the painting trigger version, so you can kind of throttle up on it real well and get a real solid grip. And I still generally prefer this, I think, just because I have more practice with it, but I'm trying this new method tonight. The other thing I like about these ones is that you can pop them off the painting handle entirely, and then you can go for the full grip like this, which gives you a whole lot of stability if you're doing something like freehand. But okay, let's take that off and stick that to the wall here. Then there's this one, which on the bottom, there is the basic cap that has magnets to link it there. It has a very, very thick ring magnet, actually 2 doubled up. Because I bought a few different magnets to try and see how much strength I wanted, and I wound up doubling this one up and then using a double size on the top. And then the steel ball goes on like that, and these are 2 caps with a threaded core in the middle. And that clicks down. And this is the same way. It has the magnetic cap on top, and then it has the ring magnet right there. And then there's the core piece, and these are screwed in place mechanically. That locks right down on there. And something else I did was I took sandpaper to the steel ball, you can see, and just roughed it up kind of randomly. And that just makes it so that this really won't slide around unless you're moving it yourself. Maybe if you had a trigger that wrapped around the magnetic base that's on the ball. It's an interesting idea. It's, you know, it's a work in progress. The trick is leaving enough mobility here for this to get, because as soon as you start adding things in here, you limit the angles that this can rotate to. Like I said, I like it. I don't know if this is going to become my regular painting tool or anything. I'm just kind of, you know, trying it because the Grim Grip one, people seem to like it. And anytime I see an idea like that, I wonder, is it just a gimmick or is it something that'll actually help me? Over here scraping the balls. Get in there with your 200 grit right on the ball. Don't be afraid to mess the skin up a little, you know. I tell you, I got my first airbrush. Ooh, really? How's it going for you, Raven Cat? Shower time. It's always, like, no matter how many times it happens, I'm like, it's just crazy. I go through my whole day, and I start my stream, and then Steela wakes up, gets out of bed, has some coffee, and pops in bright and early. I'm not complaining, mind you. I'm counting my blessings over here. I think I'll probably glaze some more red in to ease out these high points. Again, they look brighter in the camera than they do to me. Painted a crate gray and a dye green and cleaned it. Hey, that's the important part, is that you cleaned it. Just got back in from walking the dog. I'm not quite sure what the fuck I just heard, and I'm not sure I want to know.
As Crackling Thunder Spunk. Yeehaw!
But when in doubt, always remember.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
Slowly learning how it works, need to practice more. That's always the trick. That's always the trick. Try making that ball grip so you can cradle it. I mean, you can. You can just hold it like this, and it's actually pretty comfortable. There's a lot of versatility to this design. I like having this because I can kind of cradle it with my pinky underneath the knurled part right here. In fact, I might do that a little bit because I got to get in some tight angles here. Any tips for cleaning Stynylrez Res primer off the inside of an airbrush cup aside from scrape, scrape, scrape? Clean it quickly so that you don't have to apply a lot of scraping. But for the most part, yeah, you got to scrape it. I like to take a paper towel and kind of wad it up and stuff it down in there as hard as I can and apply pressure with my thumb and then twist. It kind of scrapes out the inside. Don't forget to turn your head and cough. Futz around with this a little bit more here now. Let me see something. Let me see something. Hang on a minute. Let me pull something up. I got a picture of Vader here I want to look at. So, I mean, okay, because of the way it's angled, I feel like a lot of the glow would be concentrated on the lower part of the bell. And then here at the transition. So let's try that. We can go high, and then we can glaze back in the reds to ease it out. This is the Tasteful Family stream. No, Tasty Family stream. Two very, very different things. We're going to be talking about cannibalism in the next few minutes. Oh my god. Speaking of cannibalism. Scott Tenorman, no! Man, oh man, oh man. How we doing today, folks? Big Boss Waztec, good to see ya. Splintered Brush, what are you up to? How was your stream, my friend? I hope you had a good one. We're kind of muddying our way through some OSL via oil over here. I hope you don't mind too much. Silent Seth, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chaser. Same goes for you. Cleveland Express, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Waztech. Yeah, we're going real heavy on the OSL, and I'm bringing it up real bright because I figure I can glaze it back down and kind of resaturate it with some cadmium red without much effort. This is mostly blocking out and feeling out where it should be and where the focal points are going to go. I'm trying to remember that I'm going to have some green and some little blue in here from the chest box and everything as well. Thank you for the follow, Paul. A bunch of 8s and then a 1. Really? Well, I'm glad you had a fucking good one, man. The oils are treating me well. We're enjoying this. So, for reference, we did one Vader before. And, oh man, I've actually gone quite a bit heavier on the OSL this time, haven't I? Maybe I should step back and reference that. But, you know, like I said, with oils, it's pretty easy to come back in and kind of glaze it down. But I like the heavy red, and we've gone much bluer with this Vader. I think that helps a lot. I'm going to want to add in some more shadows, though. Overall, I've lightened him more than I probably meant to. I might ease out some of the reflections I have on the opposite leg. We're getting through it. More shadows, more OSL. Yeah, I think there might be something to that, Vergaderone. Because I still want him to read as black and not blue, so maybe my next step is coming in with some lamp blacks and not glazing, but blending them back into the rest of the body. Now there are 2 of them. This is getting out of hand. You're in the dark, being mostly lit by the blade. Welcome in, everyone who came over from the raid. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio. We like to paint models here. I don't know if you're into that. You probably are. If you've been hanging out with Splendid Brush Studios, you probably at least enjoy hearing people talk about painting models. We paint some models over here. We design some models too. We do lots of neat stuff, actually. We have a pretty badass community too. I'll tell you what, Splendid Brush, if you're still around and don't feel in any way obligated to stick around, God's sake, you've been streaming, man. Take a break. Stretch your legs, hit the crapper, get something to eat. But if you are around, I wouldn't mind seeing what you've been working on. We have a little thing, which I'm sure you know about. Little bit we do here called the Storm Report, where folks can share their art with us, and we can sort of keep up with what everyone's doing as a community. And if you feel like posting something, if you got a mini you'd like us to take a look at right here on the stream towards the end of the stream, which will be in just about 45 minutes, you can pop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into the channel marked The Storm Report, and post a picture. We'll take a look at it. If you want some feedback, we can give it. If you just want to show off, that's okay too. I love seeing what people are working on, though. And not discuss the eating of man flesh. Yo, no, we definitely aren't talking about cannibalism. That is a subject that is clearly taboo, and it will never be discussed. Yeah, I think I'm going to spend a little time with Lamp Black. And we're just going to kind of blend it in and strengthen some shadows. I think Vergaderung has a point. Don't tell him that, though. God, if you tell Vergaderung that he's right about something, he's never going to shut up about it. Particularly on the opposite sides of our OSL pieces, there's going to be some real deep shadows. Hey, now in theory he's being lit by multiple light sources, but we don't need to emphasize them too much. If we talk about menus and restaurants existing in Middle-earth, that is maybe the most confusing part of that part of the movie, is that orcs are like, I know what a menu is, I've ordered off of that before. That doesn't actually make any sense. You should have just said, let's eat this guy. That wouldn't have been as memeable, though. So I guess I understand why they didn't do it. Let's definitely bring some deeper black back in here, particularly here. I don't like what I did here, so we're just gonna black this out. And then if we need to bring some blue back in, that'll be fine. So I feel like this reflection is going to be coming in and then going back, and we can actually have a nice dark section right here. And it shouldn't detract. I think I'll catch the edge right here. It ruins... Really, that ruins the scene for Gadarung? The whole scene? Really? You are more of a fuddy-duddy than I am. Jesus. You're a straight-up spoil sport, ain't you? Yeah, definitely some darker black here at the forward part of the helmet, facing away from the blade. Then that's going to be important. Yeah, I think if I catch the edge of the helmet, I'm actually liking how this looks more already, and I'm gonna cut off some of the glow here and reinforce the shadows on the cheeks. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like memes back on the menu, boys. Oh, Lord of the Rings. Oh, Lord of the Rings. You've been memeing since been memeing. Yeah, let's make that a bit more dramatic. And here. In general, I think reinforcing some shadows here is going to be a good idea. Oh, you know what? I'll check and be sure, Sir Bedweir. Thank you for the consideration. There we go. You take it easy, my friend. Thanks for hanging out. I hope that we see you again here in the near future. We'll be back on Sunday, and we're having our Discord movie night. On Saturday, we're going to be digging into some Fateful Findings by Neil Breen, which should be... I don't know what it should be. I feel like I know what it's going to be. A goddamn nightmare, but I don't know what it should be. Yeah, we lost a little bit of our lamp black when we did our blue blends in here, so we might as well reinforce it. And let's do a little blending. Need another brush for it. Why not make it this one? You'll notice when I do the blending on this black, I'm trying to kind of grab the black and pull it out, as opposed to pulling the blue into it. Same thing for up here on the helmet. Pulling the black over into the blue, and that way the deepest black stays good in black. And I'm only really affecting the parts that are already blue. And lamp black is a nice cool black, so it blends with the Prussian blue details we've been doing. Ooh, that does look better, doesn't it? This is the thing. Nobody, and I mean nobody, who hasn't seen a Neil Breen movie before really understands what they're getting into if they show up this Saturday. Nobody understands it. You can't understand it. Nobody can be told what a Neil Breen movie is. You have to see it for yourself. Why did I do that with the brush I was using for red? What's wrong with me? I had a black brush, and I put black on my red brush. Hang on. It was very foolish of me. I mean, it's not the dumbest thing I've done even today, but it was dumb. There we go. It's a little cleaner. I want to pick up the red a little bit at the front of the helmet here. Not a lot, like a real sharp red OSL, just at the front end here. Connect it on the bottom. And that's about it. Let's grab some of that scarlet. God, I really do like this cadmium scarlet hue. It's very vivid. Still not totally sure I love everything I'm doing on the helmet, but you know, because of the nature of oil painting, I can try a lot of different ideas at least. I may take a pause on the OSL on the helmet and let all this black cure a little bit more before I come back in trying more red. One man's ascendance into meme godhood. Like, Wiseau only has the movie and the hard-to-watch TV show. Well, see, this is the fundamental failing of Tommy Wiseau. Well, okay, there are many. But as far as entertainment value goes, Tommy Wiseau did The Room, and it was awful. He was trying to make a good movie. He was trying to make a drama, and it was fucking horrible. Merlin. It veered immediately into so bad it's funny territory. And the problem is that he realized it. The problem is that Tommy Wiseau almost immediately figured out that people were laughing at him. and he's an egomaniac, but he's not so much of an egomaniac that he couldn't recognize the potential to just make money off of that. And then he went out and he started trying to do the, like, oh, well, I'm gonna make things that are intentionally bad. And he did that show of his. And it is not fun bad. It's just fucking terrible and difficult to watch and cynical, you know? It's really terrible. Neil Breen, as far as I know, hasn't figured it out yet. I don't know if he's genuinely an idiot. I don't know if he is just that much of an egomaniac. I don't know if maybe the answer is that Neil Breen is actually really, really mentally healthy, to the point that he sees people making fun of him, and his attitude towards that is, they don't understand me. They're laughing because they don't understand the heady, high-minded concepts that I am trying to impart upon them. And my next movie will be better, and then they'll see what a genius I am. I hope that that's where his mind is. I hope that he doesn't start trying to cash in a cynical way on the whole so bad it's good genre. Because, there's a certain purity of heart to Neil Breen movies that I absolutely adore. Goblin Welder, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today? I'm gonna do a little bit more red on his bicep here. Not a lot, I think just down towards the edge, but it's just kind of conspicuously without red at the moment. And grab some lamp black and put it up under the shoulder belt, because that'll be a real hard shadow. While running down the street. Not a street. Very importantly, GM Kaylee, not a street, but a set. Why? Why, you might ask? Why would you build a set for an alleyway or a street when you could just go outside in LA and film almost anywhere because nobody's paying attention to what you're doing and you only need to film a few minutes? I don't know. I don't know why he built that set, but it was so fucking bad. That was a set. That was a fucking set. That was not outside. I don't know if maybe he felt like it added production value. Like, this is a serious movie. We're gonna build a set. We're not just gonna film anywhere. This is so fucking crazy. Oh my god, Cerberus, thank you. Thank you for someone keeping me drinking water. Twisted Pair, he starts to catch on, I think. I think that there's a certain psychology you can follow from Neil Breen's movies. I haven't seen... Oh, Riot Sister, thank you as well. I have not seen Fateful Findings yet, so I don't know exactly where he's going to go with that one, but I've seen Pass Through, and I've seen Twisted Pair. And in Pass Through, Neil was very angry, because in Pass Through, he wrote himself as an alien from the future who was angry at humanity for failing to realize its potential, I think. I don't know. So he killed 300 million people and then bragged about it on the news. He killed all the bad people in the world, by his estimation. And it got really dark. He was like a vengeful god in Pass Through. And then in Twisted Pair, it's like he split himself right down the middle. And he turned himself into two characters, who are both, of course, messianic, futuristic, alien AI characters with nearly infinite godlike powers, but one was a beneficent superhero and the other was a dark avenger. So it's like he took the angry part of himself and he fragmented it off into a completely separate character. And I'm wondering if this is kind of like us watching Neil Breen's therapy play out. And I don't know. But I'm gonna sort of roll what I discover through fateful findings into this theory. Cerberus. I wonder if maybe that's what it is, too. Maybe it is that these movies are his therapy. It's entirely possible. Negative charisma, thank you for saying so. Ah. I got a little bit of lemon in my water, so it's actually quite delicious. Alright, let me grab some Scarlet here. We're coming up on the storm report here pretty soon, and it's actually pretty good, because I think I've reached a point with this model for the night where I need to take a little break from it and contemplate my next steps. Because I want to finish up the OSL and then come in and do the final detailing. You know, do like the eyes and the chest box, and there's going to be some green down here. Which maybe I'll grab some phthalo green and put down the basics on his, the goofy little buttons on his waist there. I'm going to ease some of this OSL out. I did go really, really heavy on it for the most part, but, you know, we're getting a little more bold. We're getting a little more bold with our OSLs. No, I put a limit on that for a reason, Cerberus. It has gotten a little crazy in here before. Yeah, the blue really helps it. I think the blue is a major step in the right direction, and I kind of like that it makes him a little more cartoonish. He looks a little bit more like Vader looks in the comic books than the actual real-life costume, which I think is cool. I gotta contemplate the helmet OSL placement, though, because it's just not grabbing me yet. No worries, Automat. We just like having you here. Grab a little bit more Scarlet because I see a place where I have neglected to put it. What if he'd been backlit with green? Red OSL, blue highlights, green backlights. See, Gimmish card, this is the very reason that we're doing this, is because what I want to paint here, is this guy. This is the Star Wars Celebration limited edition exclusive Vader figure, and it's gorgeous. And we were actually thinking, this time, maybe green underlight, blue overall palette, red OSL. This is what we're thinking. But I didn't want to just leap into painting this guy because I wasn't sure exactly how I wanted to do Vader. He's a complex paint job, but with all the reflective black gloss and the OSL off of the lightsaber. So, you know, our first effort came out pretty good. I really like how this Vader looks. This is the least of the models. This is the first one that they released in the starter set. And now we're doing number 2, and this is the nicer sculpt for Legion, the little bit more aggressive one. These actual models are going to be getting given away here on the stream. If anybody is interested in having these models, That's the reason I'm not basing them. That's the reason this guy is just on the plain gray Star Wars Legion base, and he isn't on anything special. The idea is, on our next milestone, where we hit, it should be 2,000 followers is going to be our next milestone. We are at 1,850 right now. So 150 more follows, and we're going to be giving away these 2 Vaders on the stream. And the idea is that you can pop them right off of their base and glue them onto a base that will match the rest of your army. And I think Vader's a good choice for that, because, like, he doesn't have his own color scheme. Vader is Vader. He always looks like Vader, unless you're doing a crazy thing where, like, I'm going to paint him like Hello Kitty, or, you know, whatever. But you can just drop this guy right into any Imperial army and have him look just fine. Green Fairy Studios, thank you so much for the follow. Another member of the Linseed Brotherhood. Indeed. Indeed. Another rebel against big acrylic. How you doing, Mafik? What's up, man? If I had a green fleshlight to test... Wait. Flashlight! If I had... Oh...
I'd buy that for $1.
I gotcha. If only I had a green fleshlight to test it. Oh my god, this isn't that kind of stream, guys. Nobody will get a sense of pride and accomplishment from a pink Vader. Oh, Merlin, you're insatiable. Hot tub stream win. If I can get a green screen and green screen myself into a hot tub, we'll do it. I live in Colorado, man. I ain't getting in a fucking hot tub. Not in the winter. Out of your mind. Alright, I want to, as we are sort of winding down, I want to get him to a good pausing point for the night, so I think I'm going to come in, do a little blending in the OSL to ease out some of these harsh points I gave it. I think I'll probably ease this, too. Like, I like the look of this, but I think it could be weaker than it is right now. What reds am I using here? Any hand-mixed fluoros like Wapple does? I am not quite to that point. I've got some actual linseed oil that I intend to mix with some fluoro at some point, but right now, the reds that I'm using are all Winton oil color. I've got cadmium red deep hue, permanent rose, and cadmium scarlet hue are my reds. And then my blue is composed of lamp black Prussian blue, a touch of Payne's gray, and titanium white. Before the dark times, before the oil paints, he's more linseed oil now than man, viscous and glory. He was the best oil painter in the galaxy, and a good friend. Yeah, lamp black is nice. It's super duper opaque, which is incredibly handy. Yes, and a good friend. Right up until I found out he murdered a bunch of children who were also friends of mine. And I was friends with their parents. In retrospect, he was kind of a piece of shit. The boy's pure dag nasty evil, master. Everyone else can sense it, why can't you? Oh, thank you, Gimishkar. It's like one of the only voices I can do, apparently. I don't know. Got a plan for all the cons in 2020? Yeah. So, we all had plans, but they say, you know, life is what happens while you're busy making plans. Might as well lay in my core glow for the lightsaber blade and clean it up a little bit. God, it really helps to have the pure white blade so you can kind of see what the OSL is going to look like. I think it's a bit too strong as is, but not necessarily. Again, it looks brighter in the camera than it looks in person. There's a hot tub scene in Ice Spiders. That fuck the sci-fi original with the fucking guy who plays Xander in Starship Troopers. Is that the movie you're talking about? Why have you seen that? Why have I seen that? Oh no. The movie was fucking terrible, and you know it. Now we're talking real culture. Somehow that's gonna be a movie that Matt Yee's actually fucking seen. Earlier today, I made a reference to Silence of the Lambs. You know what I got from Matt Yee? Yeah, dude. That was his fucking reaction. Like, it didn't penetrate at all. I was comparing the new Avatar of Cain to Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, and it just ba-ding, just bounced right off the impenetrable shell of his Philistine nature. It was disgusting. You do me a favor, Matt Yee, find a picture of that Avatar of Cain you were looking at and post the link in chat. Would you do that for me? The T-poser? Because I bet 90% of people in chat will know what the fuck I'm talking about. Just trying to narrow the core of the lightsaber glow down using red. A little bit more and it'll be where I want it, I think. Don't want to make it too narrow like it is in Rebels. That's pretty good though. It's still got some color around it. Try and establish. I've got a few minutes left. Yeah. Try and establish the second angle for the lightsaber.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
It's my interpretive dance of that. Yes. How many Vaders is too many Vaders? Arguably one, Lady B. One Vader is kind of too many Vaders for most people. Is nobody gonna oh my god. Nobody's gonna help me out with this? Nobody's gonna help me out with this? Fine. I'm gonna find it myself and I'm gonna show you. Oh wait, is that it? That's totally it. That's totally it. So, he's looking at this avatar of Kane, and I write in his chat, "Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me so hard." And he just like, it was just blank. There was no recognition on his face. It was terrible. I felt awful. Because out of context, me writing that in someone's chat is so weird. Did they do that in Little Nicky? I don't think I've seen Little Nicky in a long time. He did that joke in Jay and Silent Bob 2. I feel like it's been referenced in a lot of things, Gimishkar, but this is totally the pose. This is absolutely Buffalo Bill with his Peter tucked, like just like you need to play Goodbye Horses when you bring out this avatar of Kane. Am I just old? I mean, damn it. I love that I've done this. I love that I can swap over to my browser now. Well, we are varying it up somewhat, Lady B. You see, this new Vader is much bluer than the previous Vader. He just blew himself, as it were. God, this sculpt is like, I mean, honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with the Vader sculpt on the left here. It's a perfectly good sculpt. I think it looks pretty cool, but holy shit. Like damn, the other sculpt is just so much more intimidating. He's taller, too. You notice how the top of his head, like if I orient them so their feet are just about even, the top of his head is at the exact same place as the other Vader, except he's hunched over and leaning forward. So if he were to stand up straight, he would be taller than the other Vader. The Lord of Ashes fan sculpt? Yeah, that one's from either Skullforge or who's the other guy? The other guy who does sculpts. Can't remember his name. It's a good one, though. The one on the right is much better sculpt-wise. Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. And as I mentioned before, we're doing these because I have this... Yeah, Darkfire Designs. That's what I'm thinking of. And this sculpt is just gorgeous. This is the Star Wars Celebration Limited Edition Vader, which I wanted to get at the time that it came out. And it was almost impossible to get. There was a whole hullabaloo. It's a story I've told on stream a few times about how almost nobody got this many when they wanted it. And most of these appeared on eBay, which sucked. And these were for sale for like $500-600. Like, immediately, these were up for like $500-600. And I was like, fuck no, I want it. I don't want it $600. I waited a couple of years. And someone contacted me after I started streaming and was just like, hey, you painting Star Wars stuff? He was one of the guys who picked this up because he wanted to get a pin. Because that's what happened, is people went into the FFG tent trying to get the Sabine Wren collectible pin. And they'd be like, well, you have to buy something from us. And they'd go, what's the cheapest thing? That $30 Darth Vader toy, whatever it is. Give it to me and give me the fucking pin so I can go get the other pins. And then he just kind of sat on it for a while, and he wasn't going to do anything with it, so he offered it to me for $50. And yeah, I was into it. For $50, I'll absolutely take this mini. It's a gorgeous sculpt, it really is. But we're going to be putting everything that we've learned on the previous Vaders to work on him. And I think he's going to look pretty good. We've got some ideas for him, and you can see we've already come a ways. We have already come a ways with our Vader sculpts from the first one. I think the blue-black in particular is a major advancement. It's a gorgeous mini Raven Cat. The Darth Vader trilogy. I have one sculpt from Darkfire that I still mean to paint. Can I reach it? Can I reach it? I'm gonna try. Oh, it might be just out of reach. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Here it is. I really like this sculpt. This is Cobb Vanth from The Mandalorian Season 2. This is a pretty killer sculpt that he did, and I actually really like this character. And I figure I'll put a Boba Fett helmet on his base, because I want to paint Timothy Olyphant's lovely face. This dude, Cobb Vanth, is officially a better Boba Fett than Boba Fett at this point. He wore the armor better, and he was cooler in every conceivable way than the Boba Fett that we now have in the Boba Fett show. I would much rather have more Cobb Vanth than more Boba Fett. Like, stop making the show about it. The Book of Cobb Vanth. Let's do that, please. Because sometimes both suns shine on a womp rat's tail. Alright, let me clean my brushes here real quick. I'm going to take a short break, folks. I need to get up, stretch my legs, take a quick bio break. I will be back in no time, and we're going to roll right on into the Storm Report to see what y'all have been sharing. You have a few extra minutes if you want to get your entries in and be seen on stream. If you'd like some commentary, if you'd like some tips, or if you'd just like to show off, we would love, love, love to see your work. And for anyone who doesn't know, it's super easy to submit to the Storm Report. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord right here in chat, or clicking the little button that should be right down, right below my face here. Hop on over into the Discord. Make sure you check out the rules in the welcome channel. Hop into the channel marked Storm Report and post the picture that you'd like us to see. As long as it doesn't violate the most important rule. The most important rule. GM Kaylee, thank you very much for the reminder.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. I know, as soon as I said, send me a picture, that's the first fucking thing you thought of. Okay, I'm on to you. I'm 2 steps ahead of you, so don't do it. For the love of God. Alright. I will be right back, folks. In the meantime, please enjoy my my Elegoo Neptune 2 doing its thing, building some Battletech hills. We'll be into the Storm Report in just a second. No, Mafik. No. How's it going, folks? How we doing? How was everything while I was away? I have no idea what you're talking about, Sumitha. None whatsoever. All right, hang out with me for just a minute while I do a wee little bit of brush cleaning, and we'll go ahead and start up the storm report. I always want to do a little bit of brush cleaning before I go into the storm report. I usually do some more brush cleaning afterwards, but it behooves you to get the initial clean out of the way as soon as possible. My painter. Look at Matt Yee being around for like most of the stream. How unusual. No, you don't. No, you're not supposed to clean them, Matt Yee. You leave the oil in there. We call that seasoning. It's like a good, like cast iron pan, you know? Or like a deep fryer. You know, you never ever clean it. Oh, I got myself an apple too. Alright, move these. There's just been too many storm reports where I've jammed my elbow, like, right the fuck into a big glob of oil paint. I've learned my lesson. That's what it stands for, isn't it? Severe? The A in ASMR is apple, I think, right? It's a good apple, to be fair. Alright. Let's real quick have a look at what we did today. He needs work. He needs a few parts of his OSL to be kind of blended out, and then a few small parts to be sharpened. I think I agree with Vergaderung. He needs his shadows deepened. I'm pretty happy with the saturation for the most part. This is a Honeycrisp. We got a whole bag of them. Describe taste. I want you to imagine for me. Matney, do me a favor. Close your eyes and go with me on this journey of experience, okay? Are you there? Are you ready? Are you ready to receive this? It is as if you were to walk into a physician's office on the very day that Gabe Newell was being checked out for cancer. And you were to just, you know what, no, you know what, no, I had someplace I was going with that, and I'm gonna stop right now, because it's disgusting, it's vile. And this isn't that kind of stream. The fact is, I got far enough you can all imagine where I was going with it, so ultimately, my mission is accomplished. Let your imagination be your guide. Look, I'm not a fucking, like, an improv comedian, okay? I do what I can, but I'm only so good at coming up with it on the spot. They're so good. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me munch my apple. We're gonna do the storm report. We're gonna check out what everybody's been sharing. We'll have one last look at Vader while we wait. I'm pretty happy with this. The big change we wanted to make starting on this guy was the blue, because we tried to do a cool black here, and it's technically a cool black, but it's not like this one. This one is much more interesting, and that's that Prussian blue. Because it's just lamp black and then Prussian blue over top and then some highlights. And the Prussian blue is such a fucking pigment bully, I swear. Prussian blue near other pigments just beats the shit out of them and rifles through their pockets for loose change. Payne's gray over lamp black is what we did here, and it's just not as impressive. You know what it tastes like? Matt Yee, it tastes like when you go to the floor cam and you see Sparky coming down the hall. You see his little tail just wagging back and forth. He's so happy because he knows you're in there. He knows you're gonna pick him up. He knows you're gonna give him that little scritch behind the ears. That's what it tastes like. It tastes like freedom. It tastes like America. Wait, where do these apples originate? These are probably from like Asia or something. They don't taste like America. Gremlin stream. Okay. Alright, now we can do this. Now we can get going. As soon as I find my mouse. There it is. I didn't bring a beer. Fuck it. I'll have one after. Alright, let's roll.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Sparky's a good guy like that. He doesn't mind showing up for his requested appearances. Ugh. The delicious crisp juice rolling through your beard. It's the juice that I'm eating, and it's my beard, and I still find that description nauseating. It's the sweat of the apple pickers. Oh god. Oh god, and speaking of sweat, here we have from Mafik.
Sweetie, please don't be afraid. Mother Luma will take care of you while I'm away.
This is muffled kitten sounds from a young Soul Arden as he won't let go of his mother. This is slowly becoming a stream where we just look at hentai, isn't it? Slowly. But we're getting there. Fuck. 8 thighs. 8, yeah, I'm Matt really zeroed in on the important thing here. The most important thing of our spider goddess is that we've got 8 of those thick thighs. Oh my god. Please, Riot Sister, please take my voice off of this. I would... Please remove the animated emote of me spinning in a circle from this stream. Oh god. Look, save that for the OnlyFans stream, folks. My god. I only watched Thunderhead stream for the plot. I'm in it for the strong characters. Mafik, I love your art, man. I really do. It has so much personality and so much imagination. Sometimes a little too much imagination. At times. It's possible. It is such an immense body of work. See, body of work. See, that was a joke. Body of work. It's because the bodies are, yeah, let's just move on. Let's just move on. Mafik, thank you very much for sharing with us today, though. You always get us started off on the right foot. Or the right feet, as it were. Here we have from NMO Xander Shade, completed Shadowhawk with play distance view. Special thanks to Vergaderum, who gave me some tips for cockpit shading, working on a pair of Polygon Masterworks Brokebacks. Hopefully they'll both be ready for Sunday's stream. I do love seeing Hex Tech out in the wild, knowing that you all have it out there and you're using it and you're liking it. It absolutely warms my heart. Thick thighs and a shamed size. we have that more than culinary atrocities these days. That much is true. Do you like that emote? Honestly, Project Dark Fox and Riot Sister, if either one of you don't want your little animated avatars as emotes, let me know. I put them in there because I had them animated, and because Twitch said, do an animated emote. And I was like, why not? Let's toss that in there. I kind of want to use the thing. I don't know if I'm going to do this. There's the plugin where you can have emotes appear briefly on the stream overlay. I admit I'm a little tempted just so we could have little cats and pitties like cartwheeling their way across the screen. I think it would be adorable. On the other hand, I feel like that might be really fucking stupid. I can't decide which one that's going to be. I'm liking the look of the Shadowhawk. Good, effective camo. The use of the yellow next to the green actually helps me see the camouflage pattern, which I realize is ironic because you don't want people to see camouflage so much, but we are painting minis to play games with. And I like this pattern quite a lot. Nice job picking out the LRM tubes also. Good job on the flocking for that matter. That looks excellent. Vanity is gratified. Oh my god, Kursala's lost his mind. Oh, these look familiar. Yeah, right, Rio? How about that? Very cool, Xander Shade. Wonderful job on the Shadowhawk, and I'm curious. I'm curious about Sunday's stream. I'm gonna have to pay close attention. I hope that you get them done, because yeah, I very much want to see them. Polygon Masterworks does really good work. How you doing, Bahamut? Welcome in, man. Alright. Coming down from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Thud. Wow, the fact that you did it on Post-its and you have them offset in at different sizes, like this is just straight Duncan at this point. Oh, look there. That's adorable, isn't it? Got that torpedo payload loaded all up. This is in fact the Storm Report, Bahamut. The one and only. Not only, it happened like 3 times a week. I love the angle on this. I love the front 3/4. The sense of motion that you have in the propeller. That's... Rio. All I want to do when you post stuff is just gush and compliment, and I feel like at a certain point it becomes kind of saccharine and cloying. I'm always so impressed at what you're able to do with such simple means and simple tools. Yes, a Thunderbolt. Did I not? Oh, I guess I didn't say that. But yeah, we're looking at a Thunderbolt here. A Thunderhead Thunderbolt, apparently. I appreciate you sneaking the logo in there. That's cool. That's real fucking cool. Nicely done, Rio. We were chuckling at the booba, Mafik. That's what we did. For the most part. We're very immature. Thunderbolt head. Ooh, that doesn't. Ooh, that. I don't know what that would be, but I feel like it would cost me extra. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, my poor eyes and wrist. Out of context. No, this didn't cause the actual eye strain like Verg's earlier mech commission did. I think I worked on this one about as long, just working out all the little details, which was about 12 to 15 hours. Yikes. I guess if you count distractions, because yay ADD, closer to 20. Oopsies. Commission called Sleeping Sysop. It's loading. Any second now it'll load. I have to say, the thing I'm most impressed with in this two-dimensional... Oh, damn it, it left. I was going to do a joke about how you drew the little rotating cubes, but I think I missed the opportunity. Oh, this is pretty cool. I really, really like all of the... And I suppose even in a two-dimensional context, this would be object source lighting, would it not? Because our light sources are a couple of... Why are they CRTs? What year does this take place in? There are two CRTs here. There's a laptop over here with a plug-in mouse. There are what appear to be a pair of smartphones. This is like some straight Matrix. Oh my god, I didn't even notice the actual like Matrix jack right into the back of the skull here. This is some dangerous cable management. With as much as I trip over the cable just for my microphone, like having this hanging out of the back of your skull and draping through the room like this is absolutely asking for trouble. It's really cool though. I love the green glow, how it's reflecting off the top of the filing cabinet here. I'm gonna open up a larger version for myself, because this is there's lots of little things in here, aren't there? There are lots of goofy little things hidden in this. Up on the shelf, I'm seeing Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Halo Combat Evolved. There's a model of a ship that I can't quite tell what it is. The screen on the right says follow the white rabbit. Yeah. Sysop stuff, I don't know. This pen is blue over and oh, that's a Bruce Almighty reference. That's a Rifter from EVE Online, thank you. I played very, very little. Sorry, Liar Liar, not Bruce Almighty. The Jim Carrey. All his movies are the same movie, basically. It looks like she's actually playing EVE Online on the monitor on the right. Xander Shade, thank you for hanging out. You have a great night, man. Yeah, I'm looking through here for all the little Easter eggs and the silly crap that Pity likes to put in here. Really cool piece of artwork. And this was a commission, was it not? I'm absolutely sure. Absolutely sure. Yeah, because commission called Sleeping Sysop. They have to be just thrilled. They have to be just thrilled with this. Alright. Let's come down here and have a look at what's next from Vergaderung. In other news, I worked on a concept for a dome, trying to simultaneously make it look okay while being fully playable. Please full screen this, you won't be able to see anything. I still need to mess with some of the struts and add a lot of little details, but it's much better than I expected it would be, just as an exploratory model. Added some drop base and fluid work connections so it can hook up to both systems. How well does that show? I can't see my OBS, unfortunately, with this full. I'll leave it here for a second. How much of it can you see? Tell me. Did that look okay? Looks good? Okay. I'm going to pull it up and let it play then. Yeah, we were hanging out last night in, some schmutz on my screen. We were hanging out last night in voice chat on Discord and sort of talking about this and watching Vergaderung work on it. Myself and Merlin Models and Mr. Squarepeg. This is a problem that I have been beating my head. Now, I like what you've done here, Vergaderung. These are nice. These are also more structurally sound than they were at first. These ones that are above the... Hang on. This is pretty cool, too. Now, you've definitely got some clever implementation of the model support bits. This is going to be a piece that you have to very carefully place your models on. I like it. This is closer than I've ever gotten to turning a dome into a piece of playable hex terrain. I've beat my head against this problem time and time again, and I've never come up with a solution that I really like. This is probably the best one I've seen. Now print it out. Print it out, put some models on it, and show us what you're working with. I want to see it. Like the idea to support pillars act as miniature braces. Yeah, that's what we were kind of wrestling with a lot last night. I've done many versions of this exact project, and I've never come up with anything that works even remotely this well. It is a troubling problem, making domes that you can actually play on. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Riot Sister. Here we have from Wheezy, update on my comm guards. Mostly dry brushing, 3 layers, medium gray, light gray, white. Over black primer with several layers of white glaze.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
Yes. If you look close, the hips and deeper parts of the Mini can look a bit rough, but I love the depth this approach gives the models. It's also shockingly
Here at Thunderhead
easy.
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
It's all the same joke. I do like that.
Here at Thunderhead Studio,
cool.
we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more. And more and more. So yeah, this technique is very easy to do once you pick it up. Again, I note that techniques like this have a very low skill floor, meaning they're easy to get into, and a high skill ceiling, meaning that if you refine it, there's a lot you can still do. Now, if you're doing this with dry brushing, what I'm going to suggest is modify the ratio of your grays. First of all, I would take your first gray deeper into the blue spectrum. If you have something that is equivalent to... What I like to use a lot is Vallejo Game Extra Opaque Heavy Blue Gray. I've got a bottle of it right here. Another good color, let me see. I got Reaper Master Series Bones Tempest Gray. That's a good one. What would be the equivalent from Rainy River Designs? You've got a Coal Gray Dark, don't you? I think that would probably be very similar. But you want a deep blue gray for the first one. I'm just saying separate it a little bit more and change the ratios that you're dry brushing in. You try one of these using these techniques with a deeper starting point and leave a lot more dark gray to the point that when you come in with the pure white, you're really only hitting like the top of the head, upper surfaces on the outside of the arm, a couple of the plates here and there. Like, you want so little actual white in here because you've already got a nice gradient going on. Push that more. Push it. Push it good. I really think you'll like how that works out. Abomination on the left with almost enough LRM tubes. That's the new Archer, isn't it? Is that the special Archer? I have to admit, I'm really not a huge fan of the CGL new Archer sculpt. A lot of their other ones are really good. We got 2 good ones here. The Thug and the Spider both look fantastic. The Black Knight is kind of a meme. And then the Archer, I don't know. Something about it didn't do it for me. Not the paint job, just the model. Weirdly, Sumitha, for how much I dislike a lot of the MechWarrior Online sculpts, I agree their Archer is the best. The Archer, even in its original form as the Destroid from Macross, it has this huge honkin' torso, and its arms are these goofy little narrow things that just stick out of the side, and then it has these big Popeye arms on its forearms. It looks ridiculous. And all they really did with the MechWarrior Online one was they even out the proportions of the arms, and they put 2 big shoulder plates so that the shoulders kind of come out and go into the arms. It makes it look so much more natural, and I wish that they'd kept the big honkin' shoulder plates on this. It just evens out the design. These are lovely. This is a lovely paint job, and I'm just going to encourage you to just push the contrast. Just push the contrast. Leave more of your deeper shades. Push the ratio of your dry brushing so that it is heavier on the deeper shades, lighter on the lightest shades, and see what you think, because I think you'll like it. You're definitely getting there. Here we have from Sphere, decided to do the purple on the wings for the Flying Hive Tyrants, and I think it's turning out well. Got to do the final highlights. Oh, that is nice. That's a nice purple. That's like a rich kind of reddish magenta, isn't it? Maybe it's just because you're going on over this, like, this isn't bubblegum pink. It's very red pink. But yeah, no, this looks great, particularly when it comes out to the pink towards the center. Lovely, lovely job on this. Oh my god, excuse me, I'm so burpy right now. It's gross. Alright, here we have from Mech Priest Chris. Oh, the paint to sell Korsaro Khan I've done up this week. Okay, pretty happy with the results. Fingers crossed it put some change back in my pocket. Oh, I see. Ooh. Ooh. You know what it was? When I saw this, for some reason in my head, I was thinking Sister of Battle because it was so small. And I was like, Korsaro Khan, Sister of Battle, what the fuck? I click on it, it's a white scar, and I'm like, oh, that makes way more sense. The burb is very nice. Subtle but effective, good shading underneath the feathers. I love what the face looks excellent. I don't know how much of it is the sculpt and how much of it is your paint job, but I will say that he actually reads reasonably as Asian. And that's not easy to do. His features are very, very well realized. I like what you've done with the base, too. That kind of soft, almost granite color to the tactical rock works nicely. The bird looks fantastic. I think he's a good balance to the rest of the figure, because the white armor just jumps out and grabs you, and then you can... There's a lot of separation between the brown down here and the brown for the burb. If he was closer to the base, he would blend in. Oh, he's holding a human head. I don't know why I didn't see that before. In his gloved hand that he has for his passing interest in falconry, he is also holding some poor son of a bitch's severed head. Oh, 40k. Never change. Yeah, if this is going out, if someone's buying this off you, man, they are getting one hell of a model Mech Priest, Chris. Good luck with that, man. Fuck yeah. Get that commission action. Here we have from Mr. Altier, just finished gluing and priming a King Arthur variant that is off his steed. Oh, he's a big burly son of a bitch, isn't he? We got Excalibur, which also has a pair of bolters worked into it, because why the hell not? Now, I'm looking forward to seeing some paint going down on this, because I can tell you've done some conversion work in here, but it's always tricky to tell. Always tricky to tell when we're just looking at flat black primer. Please share some more pictures of this, Altier, as you continue to work. Yeah, how about them shoulders, right? My god. He's all shoulder. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster preview, a little double feature, and a foreboding hint at just some of the opposition faced by the protagonists of the story. I'm feeling pretty blah at the moment, so I'm just going to leave this without much context. I figured you might enjoy the artistic styling. I started to read it dramatically, and then I find out that it's not dramatic right. Okay, fine. A little comment about the upper image from Plog himself was inspired by some of the old Star Trek comic books. I cannot for the life of me remember the artist involved, but he would often draw ships in absolutely stark lighting, which is very fitting for space. I mean, yeah, because there's... I guess there's a lot of light in space, technically. It's sort of full of light coming from all directions, but also very little. Often only highlighted outlines on half of the ship, and the rest being silhouetted by star fields or nebula. Obviously, it left an impression. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, really interesting background work on it, isn't there? I like how he's done this pair of, like, asteroids back here. Pat Plog is a remarkably talented artist. I'm sometimes a little struck when I see his stuff because I look at it and I'm like, I don't have much to offer when seeing Matt Plog's work besides going, I like this is good. I always try to pick out the things in particular that appeal to me. There isn't, I will note where this differs from a lot of his work, there isn't much of a dynamic feel to the pieces. I'm feeling like I'm seeing ships just kind of floating or maybe moving very slowly. And quite often when he does space scenes, he'll have like big ships floating in the background and then like a fighter shooting by up close to the lens, the point of view. I'll note his excellent use of blurring to sell depth of field here. This end of the ship is a little bit out of focus, and it goes more into focus as we come back here, and then a little bit out of focus towards the end. Again, it sells that depth of field. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Here we have from Orc Wrist Gaming. Well, that... It's a lady. Does she have metal legs? Wait, who is this? Is this a character I should know? It's a fantastic model. I really like the base that she's standing on here. Oh, for the love of God, man. For the love of God, take that fucking wet palette sponge and burn it. Please. Do it right now. If you're listening to this, take that wet palette sponge out into your yard, douse it in lighter fluid, and light that shit on fire. Because goddamn. That purple is lovely, though. God, that sword is crazy. I can't tell if, does she have metal-tipped boots? Or does she have, like, is she amputated below the knee? Or are her calves just really that narrow? These look almost like those replacement spring-style legs. I'm really, really digging the work that you've done here, though. The extra little bits of texture, the gathered grime around the sewer drain here, the bricks. Interesting use of color. We've got greens, blues, and reds all together. A little broken chain here. Very cool. I don't know this character. I feel like I should know this character, but I don't. Again, the purple is lovely. I'm confused by the legs. I love the base. And please, for the love of God, please throw that sponge away. It's making me paranoid about my own wet palette sponges at this very moment. Get you some little bits of copper and toss them in there, Orcrist. You maniac. You absolute maniac. Here we have for the Happy Heretic. Painted up a black pudding using contrast and... Oh, it took me a few seconds to remember that black pudding was a type of slime enemy in Final Fantasy. Hang on. Using contrast and oils. Ooh, that's interesting. And we got some good blends in there. Definitely a very, very cool gray. We got some more blue in different areas than others. Digging the highlights on it. Oil lends itself so well to paint jobs like this. The only thing I would say is that I find that if I'm giving critique on things, it's almost always the same thing. And I'm not going to let that stop me from saying it. Contrast. Contrast, contrast, contrast. Lean into that contrast, particularly with oils. One of the strengths of oils is not just you can blend it. One of the strengths is that you can blend colors that are wildly removed from one another in hue and in value. You can put down a red next to a blue and you can blend them together smoothly in a way that you wouldn't expect. So get a little bit more creative with the color. You don't need to get more creative with the colors. Honestly, I think the color palette is good. But lean into those heavy shadows and blend those out to your highlights. Get that real stark contrast and pull the details out of it, because this is a really cool model and I love the colors you're working with here. And yeah, if you had some heavier shadows or a little bit of translucence in here, it would just be like, pow! I mean, it looks great as it is. It would just take so little effort to push it to the next level. What's that tinfoil in the background? Oh, he's smoking crack. Yeah. Almost certainly. No, this is probably a palette. This Stela looks like a plastic well palette with a piece of tinfoil wrapped over it. Because you can see the well here where there's oil paint. And then you can see the other depressions going into the wells. It's a little 6-well oil palette. Nice work, Happy Heretic. And thank you so much for posting. On the custom base, I'll say the custom base Orcrist is really what stands out there. Here we have from Cerberus Cull, work in progress elementals, tiny muffins. Tiny muffins, Riot Sister. Ooh, these look nice, Cerberus. These little fuckers are hard to paint. Like, I don't care how good a painter you are. These little sons of bitches are tiny. And yet, you've actually done a pretty good job pulling out the important details to see the different parts of the model. Really good job getting the panel lining on the top of the head here. I love your use of the contrasting colors down in the knees and the shoulders and everything to break up the major armor plate so you can really tell the profile of the person wearing it. And I mean, shit, I can see the little toad mouth eye visor. This is pretty impressive stuff here. I'm going to estimate you use some fairly simple painting techniques on these guys, but I think they lend themselves well to it. They're well detailed for how tiny they are. Damn. Those came out great. Those came out fucking great, Cerberus. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, our very own Cybran Knight. I'm just going to go ahead and get out of the way right now that you can hit ! Metal Metalcore in chat to get a link over to Metalcore Collectibles, where you can find all that you see here and more. Maybe not right away. This is the new one. This is the new one, but it will be available soon. Painting progress continued for a bit, but now I've shifted back over to cleaning and processing parts. Already over 1,300 parts printed. Cybran, that immediately made me think of that person. You remember that person who was like, I've done over 500 prints. And we like turn and look at our printing stations like, I did that yesterday. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, yes. The D1 mounts a pair of LB-10X autocannons, a pair of mediums, and 4 SRM-4 launchers, plus the signature Fists of Fury. The reckoning might be slow, but don't you dare ignore it for even a second. You'll spend the rest of your short life regretting it. Oh, there's an opportunity there. You could have done the Sly Stallone line, you know? You're gonna regret that for the rest of your life. Both seconds of it. Oh, I like this variant. I like the variant with the big honking shoulders. It reminds me even more of the Matsumoto 14, which you already know is a favorite. And the spiked knuckle dusters. He is a big, nasty, honking sumbitch, isn't he? Ooh-wee. I'm gonna have a challenge. I'm gonna be challenged getting him to fit on an average hex base. I really appreciate some of the big, broad panels you've left on this guy. He's a little less busy than some of your previous work. I think maybe that is a result of him being more humanoid than some of your other designs, minus, say, the Tyrant. But the Tyrant's spindlier, and I think he lends himself to more fine detail, whereas Homeboy here, the Reckoning, is much broader, and the big armor plates really suit him. I'm looking forward to getting some work done on this guy, because I'll actually be able to put some decals on him. Yeah, the shoulder missile pods are fucking awesome, aren't they? Nice. Very, very nice Cybran Knight. And here we have from Raven Cat, blocking in color still, some test striping for the reflective red tape. These are such cool models. These are such cool models. Like, I really, really dig the whole lunar combat concept. It's scary. It's fucking scary. They showed, I don't know if you guys watched For All Mankind, there's a scene in that one where somebody gets shot while wearing an EVA suit on the moon, and the bullet just strikes something metal as it goes through them, enough to create a tiny spark and ignite the high oxygen mix inside of his suit. It's fucking horrifying. And as soon as they explain it, you're like, oh shit, yeah, that could totally happen, actually. Like, if you ignited the high oxygen mix in the suit, you're just in an environment of fire until you stop being alive. Oh my god, I love the net gun. This is cool. This lunar game is interesting. I like the little light armor panels on the EVA suits. Very cool, Raven Cat. I like the warm white you're going with for these guys, and the striping is... oh, that works. That works really nicely. It's tricky. It's tricky doing striping like that by hand. Oh, we got another one right here. Please continue to share your work on Lunar. It's one of the most interesting, like, skirmish game concepts I've seen in a while. Here we have from Kaylee. Camera on my phone refused to focus on my 3mm stuff. They're 3mm. They're 3mm. Like, of course it did. You're painting things that are unreasonably small, Kaylee. That said, you know, I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. Taking pictures of minis is as hard as painting them in the first place. Taking pictures of 3mm minis, well, this is a self-inflicted injury. So here's some 6mm stuff I did a few months ago. Ooh, look at them. Here's some adorable little shits. Ooh, I like that green. That's really, really nice. Little building. Is this hand-built? I like the building. What are these guys? I recognize this. With the axially mounted main cannon and the two big plates on the sides. Just made out of paper? A little paper craft house? Stug 3, thank you. Really, really fine work. What are you using for the flocking? Is there any chance that this is Woodland Scenic's fine turf? Because I found that to be almost precisely the right scale for flocking at 6mm. It's you go even up to like static grass, and you're talking about pieces of grass that are 2 to 3 feet tall. Like, even if you're using 3mm static grass, you're talking about 3-foot tall blades of grass. It's really hard to maintain and sell that scale. I can only imagine how hard it is to sell 3mm. We've got some tips on how to take pictures of minis, GM Kaylee, in our showcase channel. It should be pinned. It's worth taking a look at, because if you want to get focused on particularly these tiny minis, you gotta blast them with light. You gotta blast them with light. So much light, it is kind of unbelievable. And then if you adjust your camera settings just so, you should be able to get it to focus and actually pick up the details. But I'd be happy to give you some tips on that, if that helps at all, because I'd love to see your 3mm stuff. Here we have from Manix the Lemur, my first attempt at Conquest minis. This is a chapter mage from the 100 Kingdoms. I haven't done this one yet, but I like this mini. I like this mini a lot. The chapter mage is a cool character. She's got like a frill around her neck. She's reading from a magic book. She's got some reagents on her waist. She's wearing some winkle pickers. She is hot to trot. I really, really dig the stylings of the 100 Kingdoms. Absolutely, GM Kaylee. If we could be any help, I'm happy to. I don't have a chapter mage. I've got the, what's he called? The other one. The male model. The, like, void mage. The one who's got, like, fire dancing on his head and he's, like, weaving some water and there's wind going around his legs. He's a crazy model. I need to paint him. A winkle picker? You can go ahead and type that into Google, Kursala. You're welcome. I love it looks like she's wearing, like, braize, like, tights on her legs, and then has garters up around her knees, like braize and chausses. And then we got, like, some slashes and darts on the sleeves. It's just a damn cool outfit. Really like these colors that you used. The sort of muted green against this very, very rich purple. Little bits of yellow, which are balanced well. From the front, we pick it out. 1, 2, 3, 4... kind of 5. We have like a little star of the yellow and a couple little other instances of it. The blue is a nice sort of breakup. Creates a little focal point on the waist for the detail. I like it. I like it a lot. I need to get better at painting faces. Oh god, I've got so many faces to paint. Why am I painting militia? Why am I doing this to myself? I don't even know anymore. I actually don't hate this figure. I have a couple more figures I'm going to try. You shouldn't. This looks fantastic, dude. And I'm glad someone else is painting 100 Kingdoms. Everyone else always gives me shit for playing 100 Kingdoms. Got some mini that were given to you. Had to do some reposting. Fair enough. Yeah, they're not actual. They would be called something other than winkle pickers, but you look at them and you know what I mean, right, sister? Gus Schultz, last stream you mentioned I had replaced the glass on the Dugrum, but it's still just the tiny area. Yeah, this is the example he showed me that kind of blew my mind. Where this technique shines are the larger scale models. This is the 1/18th scale Fusion Flea die-cast from Fallout. This project is on hold until I can get some parts printed for the base. Method to make the glass is rather risky. Yeah, Gus is a little out of his mind, as it turns out. You'd be very careful when you do it. Clear glass from an incandescent light bulb. Crush the glass to a powder. Mix that with 5-minute epoxy. Spread it thin on a sheet of wax paper until it's cured. You'll have a sheet of what looks like shattered glass. Yeah. It looks like really realistic. You cannot argue with the results. Yeah, be very careful, because you're making a sheet of fucking broken glass from an incandescent bulb. Also, you have to break an incandescent bulb. Like, the level of this is a whole different order. Yeah, there you go. To be pedantic, it's a sheet that is shattered glass. This is a whole completely different level of model making than I have ever been on. I look at this and I'm like, oh my god, I am not ashamed to say that I do not have the devotion to create something like this. I do not. And it genuinely looks really fucking good. Because as you said, it really is a sheet of shattered glass at that point. And this is what he did for the tiny little, like, 2mm openings on the dugrum. I am astonished. I am astonished and impressed every single time I think about this technique. Just, oh my god. Oh, what happened? I like how you can hear my chair creaking as I do that. Oh, I'm so glad that I have you guys around to immortalize my whims and impulses that normally would just be forgotten. Why did I don't even know what I was thinking when I did that. Normally I have some idea of what the hell I was thinking of, but that one is, you know. Still, welcome in, Communist JK. It's great to have you. Automat Americana. So it continues. Got the LRM5s done, as well as adding tracker balls for all the freaking optics. Also got a bunch of detailing and general greeblies done. Still so much detailing left to do. Weapons mostly. I think you mentioned last time the thumper on top, the artillery on top, is because it is stated in the datasheet that this thing can only fire the artillery when it is grounded. So, yeah, in that case, it makes sense to go ahead and have it on top. It's more of a mobile emplacement than it is a flying artillery piece, which is pretty cool. It's looking damned excellent. I'm really curious to see this break through the wall into reality, into true 3D space. I want to see this next to some terrain pieces, next to some mechs, next to some aerospace fighters. This thing is this is intense. Very, very cool work, Automat. Here we have from Splintered Brush Studio sharing some work on that. Man, a lot of people... I actually really, really like seeing people work on this bust, because a lot of people have done it, and it's fascinating because you kind of get something different from each artist. Like, it's this sort of, like litmus test. It's, You have common elements, and you know what it looks like. You have seen a lot of different versions of it, so you can sort of pick out what makes this artist special. We have very realistic coloration on this. The texturing on the plate carrier is really good. I've seen people go way over the top with the texturing on that, but this is very, very believable. I like the little scratch here. That's a nice touch. The lavender hair color. Again, I feel like what Splintered Brush has done here is kind of approach this model with a little bit more reserve than many people have. With the cybernetics and the hair, people have gone for some very, very bright, high contrast colors. But here we have a sort of a more grounded lavender blue hair color. The sheen that's achieved right up here is, oh my god, that's excellent. That is absolutely excellent. The way you've picked out the different locks in here, you can really tell where each one begins and ends. Painted the part on the neck sort of like a body glove portion. There's a wonderful fabric texture to it. I love the non-metallic metal for the cybernetics, and the skin. The skin seems to have gotten a lot of the love. The shading on this is wonderful, and the scar tissue really pops out. This is good shit. Like, it's again, I've seen people go real, like, ham on the scar tissue and make it, like, really livid or focus on it a whole lot. In this case, it's a subtle shading, particularly when you come down here where we're going into the shadow and we still have the light catching the raised scar tissue. This is maybe the most believable, to me, version of this bust that I've seen painted. Like, I look at this and I feel like, okay, yeah, assuming, you know, the cybernetics and everything like that were real. This looks like a real person to me. The skin is very stylized and high contrast, but that just helps the details pop out so much nicer. Really fucking fantastic. Fantastic work, Splintered Brush. And thank you again for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. Oh, coming down. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, The World Knows. Might be an unpopular opinion, but Robot Jocks was the closest thing we've ever had to a Battletech movie. Changed my mind. I mean, I can't think of, like, how many giant robot movies are there, first of all? There's Robot Jocks. There's Crash and Burn, which sucked. There's Robot Wars, which sucked. There's Pacific Rim, many, many years, decades later. Anybody else got some? Iron Giant? No, not really. That's not a mech movie. That's a big robot. And that has strong, like, 1950s retro sci-fi serial. Oh my god. Okay, when I was fucking with the print earlier, I absolutely did fuck it up. God damn it. That print is useless. The layer shift is horrific. I'll fix that in a minute. Yeah, exactly. The Iron Giant is a Superman movie. I agree with that. I don't count anime. I'm not counting anime. I'm talking, like, Western movies. Can't really think of any. So we're left with Robot Jocks, and it's really, really cool puppet and stop-motion animation. One of my favorites, certainly. Here we have from Merlin Models, Chapter Master Kayvon Shrike continues, trying to push the black and white paint and my ability with OSL. I'm liking how this is coming together. The black is looking nice. It's not looking pure black. You've got some cool tones in there. You've got some warm tones in there. I think the little splash of red really does kind of help between the white and the black here. Good shading, good cool shading on the white. Nice work on the base so far. I'm looking forward to seeing these two get put together. I like the leather, too. All the texturing you've done on the leather, that looks great. It works in some more warm tones because it's this kind of yellowish leather. And with all the cool tones on this guy, he needs a little bit of that. He needs a little bit of that golden or even kind of a ruddy tone. You're definitely giving him that. And he's going to be against more cool tones, so yeah, that's really going to pop out when they all go back together. Lovely, lovely work, Merlin. Here we have from O'Coral. Do I want to know? Not every flower can say love, but a rose can. Not every plant survives a thirst, but a cactus can. No. Let's look at Raven Cat's lovely little lunar fellow. Okay. Just take a moment and send an encouraging message to a fucked up friend, just as I have done. Oh, I'm so happy to be a charity case. Oh my god. Well, thank you. And technically I'm smiling at my screen and not a phone. But thank you regardless, O'Coral. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is cool. With the basing, with the crackle texture, I dig it. I really like the net launcher gun. It makes me curious about the game mechanics. A little ballistic shield and a net launcher gun. To be fair, that would be very, very dangerous in a lunar environment. The yellow is very appealing. It gives it a realistic, worn, dusty appearance. Mass is a big part of the game. Yeah, I guess that would be important then, because you got those 4 weights there. And even if all you do is tangle somebody up with it, that's going to be a problem. Alright. But that's going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. Let's figure out who we're raiding tonight, folks. Somebody's got to be doing something fun out there. Let's find out who. Oh, MCB is going... Is anybody painting? Nobody that I'm following is painting. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Or take this opportunity to raid somebody that I rarely get to do. We're not going to raid an artist for tonight, which is we usually raid an artist when we've been doing art, but I'm going to raid a friend of mine, one Mr. Jacob Ross, the guy who got me into streaming. He's a variety streamer. He's a very friendly guy. He does a lot of graphic design and stuff like that. If you're just here for the art, then good night to you, and thank you so much for joining me tonight. But if you're looking for some good variety streamers out there, really friendly, welcoming environments, people who know a lot about streaming, who are good at like graphic design, and just have a really great vibe, then stick around for a few minutes and check out my boy, Mr. Jacob Ross. I like this guy. Let's get that started. Nope. Not unraid. Here we go. There we go. Now it's going. Holy moly. Folks, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report, as always. Also, a massive thank you to my incredible mod team, without whom this stream would kind of suck, if we're being honest. I do the dancing. I'm the dancing monkey, and they got the organ grinder. They're keeping everything on track. And if you think about it, a dancing monkey without an organ grinder, that's just depressing. What's he dancing for? What's wrong with this monkey that he just started dancing spontaneously with no one even like abusing him or offering him treats? What could have gone wrong in this monkey's life? Where did he get that fez hat if somebody didn't make it for him? These are all questions I think you need to ask yourself, though maybe not right now. I will be back Saturday, the 29th, not here, but on the Discord. We're doing movie night. We're going to be watching Fateful Findings by Neil Breen. If you don't know what that is, you should join us. It's going to be a good time. Sunday, I'll be back. We are doing Sloppy Sunday, painting some Conquest Militia. I'm going to try to get through as many of these as I can, also in oil paints. Tuesday the 1st, we're back onto Terrain Tuesday. I've got some sci-fi 28mm stuff. We're going to be doing dry brushing, weathering, sponging. If you have questions about any of that stuff, then's going to be the time. And then Thursday, we'll be back to Thorough Thursday, continuing with our work on Vader. I'm about out of time, so I'm going to go get something to eat. Until next time, keep on painting.